Recording in progress.
Oh,
Lubabalo? Lubabalo? Luba? How's the nail?
Me to do so.
How's the nail?
Yeah.
I
I think he's trying by all means.
Yes, Chairperson. We hear you, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable members, good morning. I'm taking this opportunity to welcome you after our recess to this session of Parliament. And can you try and assist Luba? There's some people who are not muted. How's the now audible?
Yes, Chairperson, you are audible, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. Very audible.
Yes, I was saying, honorable members, that you are welcome. We are welcome to the Portfolio Committee meeting today.
Thank you.
We are also welcoming the staff from the Portfolio Committee. Department of International Relations and Cooperation is represented by Clayson Munyela because we have just received an apology from the DG who has a bereavement at home and the family may it be consoled. Today we are going to, and tomorrow, we are going to be dealing with matters that are relating to our planning cycle as the Portfolio Committee. Do we have apologies, Lubabalo? Am I still audible, Ausdinel?
You are
Very
audible,
clear,
Chairperson.
Okay,
you are
okay, let me proceed.
And we can see you.
Yes, I wanted Lubabalo to indicate if there are apologies, but let's proceed respective.
Chairperson.
Thank you for your active participation yesterday in the colloquium, which was convened by the Portfolio Committee on International Relations. It was very, very successful. If you were observing the build-up towards the colloquium a day before, our media department did a very sterling work by ensuring that not less than 25 million people were following the proceedings of both the preparations and the colloquium itself. So it's something which unprecedentedly we have been able to achieve as the Portfolio Committee. As we all know, the colloquium was focusing on the G20, whose presidency is being presided over by South Africa. We thank the parliamentary staff for executing their responsibilities in assisting the Portfolio Committee to have this strategic planning workshop today. On behalf of the collective of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation, we always value, appreciate the cooperation we get from non-state actors willing to work with the Portfolio Committee to execute our mandate. And you are welcome here today, those of you who are going to be with us here today and tomorrow. Honorable members, as public representatives, we are a consequence of the conscience of our nation. The people of South Africa exercise their democratic right to vote political parties and individuals based on their own choices. We then get to be sworn in Parliament by a judge to be loyal to the Constitution. The Constitution anchors Parliament's responsibilities on three fundamental pillars. One, it's lawmaking, The second one is representing the people. And the third one is overseeing the executive, which normally is referred to as holding the executive accountable. The Constitution also mandates Parliament to approve international agreements to bind the Republic under Section 231, subsection 2, unless such agreements are of a technical, administrative, or executive nature, as stated in Section 231, subsection 3 of South Africa's Constitution. Both Parliament and the NCOP must, and we emphasize and underline the word must, approve the international agreements, and this is typically done after consideration by the relevant portfolio committees in both houses. I want to repeat this part. I don't know why there is an echo now. Lubabalo, if you can just check why there is an echo now. I was just saying, honorable members, that I want to repeat this part. Both the NCOP and Parliament must approve the international agreements, and this is typically done after consideration by the relevant portfolio committees in both houses. International agreements bind the Republic once Parliament has approved them. Parliament, in turn, cannot approve such matters of fundamental international and constitutional importance without consulting with the people. This will require our researchers and legal people, as part of this workshop, to interrogate whether we have indeed been fully complying with this constitutional injunction. Linked to that, honorable members, as you know, we sign international trade agreements with various countries facilitated through our 115 missions abroad. Therefore, this interrogation as to whether we have fully complied with this section of the Constitution must also include the extent to which we have processed these agreements that have been signed by South Africa. Over the last 31 years, Parliament has been working hard to develop various mechanisms in executing these three secular inherent responsibilities. In relation specifically to our portfolio committee, commendable work has been done by our predecessors. However, more work still needs to be done, especially in strengthening the mandate to put the people at the center of our international relations work. Over the last 21 years, as an example, Parliament work on international relations has mainly brought people in when there is a bill referred to the committee. Otherwise, the work of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations has been an interaction between and among the MPs, opinion makers, Department of International Relations, universities, et al., and therefore making it inherently an elitist approach or environment. To improve in this regard, our Portfolio Committee inherited, processed, and approved a people-centered oversight mechanism currently being launched countrywide. The provinces of Mpumalanga, the Northwest, Gauteng, and Western Cape have already done the launching of this process. It is our hope that the remaining provinces will be done and completed before the end of the year in 2026. Upon completion of these processes, the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation will have laid a strong foundation to institutionalize the work of the international relations among the citizens. It is therefore our hope that this people-centered approach will help us to fully execute that which the Constitution enjoins us to do as members of the Parliament through our portfolio committees. In addition to educating our people, updating them, being directed by them in our work as public representatives, we have a responsibility, as it is outlined in the Constitution of the Republic, to deal with the injustices of our past. We've been emphasizing in this portfolio committee, honorable members, that injustices of our past, as enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution, have to be located, in as far as our work of international relations is concerned, they have to be located in economic diplomacy. And economic diplomacy in our case is done, as I said earlier, in the context of trade agreements that we sign as South Africa and other member states. Therefore, the question remains, have we or do we continue to make sure that international agreements, though they are aimed at making sure that we grow our economy so that we can deal with poverty, inequality, and unemployment, whether these international agreements, our people are familiar with them, our people know the role that they can play in the implementation of the international trade agreements, and whether our people have indeed fully ensured that they exploit the opportunities which are inherent within these international agreements, which, among other things, assist South Africa to use foreign direct investments to deal with matters of growth of the economy. That is why in the portfolio committee, as part of this people-centered approach, we are resolute that every ward through the country must receive a copy or access to all these international agreements using technology. It is our hope that working with COCTA, we can have in every ward committee throughout the country at least one person in a ward. As we know, the wards committees are elected by the people through the wards. We can have one person whose responsibility will be to help us anchor this people-centered approach among our people, so that every ward, whether you are in a village, whether you are in a township, whether you are in an informal settlement, whether you are in a small dorpy, whether you are in a big city, you must be able to interact with matters of international relations. This will be done under the guidance and cooperation between ourselves as the portfolio committee and the municipal speakers. In relation to that also, we have agreed with the provincial speakers that will be working with us, including the municipal speakers, to make sure that that responsibility is indeed fully executed. When we do that, honorable members, when we have reached a stage where a person in Mokgopung, in Umhlabo ya Lengana, have got access to international relations agreements that have been signed between South Africa and other member states, and when they can use technology on a daily basis to access opportunities where they can get into trade as entrepreneurs, where they can grow their own individual economies, contribute to the growth of local economic development in their areas. They themselves on their own create jobs, develop skills, and so on, exchange knowledge. We will then be able to live up to one of the cardinal pillars of Parliament's responsibility, which is to make sure that there is a central role that is played by the people. It is my hope that through this retreat between today and tomorrow, we will, when we emerge here tomorrow with a way forward, we will be able to indeed say we have, through collective engagement, ensured that our people are now able to play a role that they are able to play in a state as the Republic of South Africa. That is how we were welcoming you here, honorable members. And before we go far, I'm going to ask that honorable members introduce themselves. You say your name and the party that you are coming from. My name is Supra Mahumapelo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I come from the African National Congress, but my role here is to act as an impartial chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, in line with the Constitution of the Republic and the rules that govern the workings of members through their portfolio committees. Next member, Honorable Datlas.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, introduce yourself.
My name is Honorable Wesley Douglas. Lovely to meet all of you. I'm just having some technical problems on my side. I'm from Mkonto Wesizwe, and I serve on the International Relations Committee, and I also serve as Whip of Peace and Security for MK, and I serve on the Appropriations Committee as well. Thank you.
Honorable Mhlongo, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, colleagues, staff members, and all people who are following, all South Africans that are following the committee online. I'm Honorable Ngobile Mhlongo, deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters, the main member in this committee, and the head of international relations of the EFF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ryan Smith. I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance and main member and party spokesperson on international relations and cooperation. And I'd like to extend my greetings to all of the members of the public and the media who are following the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other members, you can on your own introduce yourself. Whoever comes first will be welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to yourself and all the honorable members. My name is Andisiwe Kumbaka. I am a member of the African National Congress and the Whip for International Relations, and I am also a member of the Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation Committee and the Joint Committee on Members' Interest in Ethics. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Imran Musa, Honorable Member of Parliament and also a member of the International Portfolio Committee, also the leader of Al-Jama'ah in Parliament. It is indeed my honor and privilege to be part of the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Next member.
Greetings, members and everyone following the proceedings. I'm Moela Mohodu Samuel, a member of this committee from the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next member.
Hi, good morning. Greetings, Chair, greetings, colleagues, and everyone else. My name is Dudu Zuma from MK Party. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, and everyone present. My name is Morgan Chetty. I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, Honorable Chetty. Me and Honorable Chetty were in the 6th Parliament, so at least we now have one former member. We are 2 now, Honorable Chetty. You are welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I think we have covered everybody now. Honorable members, we are now at a stage where, because we received an apology from the DG of the department because of bereavement, Clayson Munyela has been requested on behalf of Department of International Relations and Cooperation to come and make an input on behalf of the department here today. We do so because ourselves as the Portfolio Committee and DERCO, we must at all material times be on the same wavelength in as far as understanding matters of accountability by the executive to Parliament through the Portfolio Committee are concerned, but also matters that in between we need to be clarified upon as the Portfolio Committee, and other matters that we need to be educated upon by DERCO as members of Parliament, but also us educating as part of reciprocation, DERCO on matters that we are dealing with on a continuous basis. Ntate Munyela, over to you, DDG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let me also say good morning to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and guests invited for the session, as well as the media and members of the public. Honorable Chair, I'm going to be sharing my screen to get into the presentation. I just hope that it will be visible.
Yeah, take your time, no problem.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am doing the presentation on behalf of the Director General, Mr. Zain Dango, who is unfortunately dealing with a family bereavement. But thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chair. My presentation is going to cover the anchors of our foreign policy as South Africa, the department's strategic outcome, the work we do through our bilateral branches, the idea that Africa remains the centerpiece of South Africa's foreign policy, will reflect on our efforts in peace building and peacemaking and post conflict work that we do to support those countries that would have been caught up in conflicts. The cost of war, contemporary global peace and security framework, our approach to conflict resolution, and we'll also touch on the African Renaissance Fund Amendment Bill, as well as the budget that has been allocated for us to execute our work. Just to say that the department's strategic plans are developed in a complex and dynamic global environment. This requires strategies that position our country to effectively engage in global politics, trade, and development with requisite capabilities to manage multi-layered relations within the global political and economic architecture. Our foreign policy seeks to promote a comprehensive strategic partnership that is based on equal terms and which sees the advancement of our country's socioeconomic and development goals. And of course, the National Development Plan and the broader foreign policy as stipulated in key policy documents, some of which I will touch on as I proceed with the presentation. The principles underpinning our foreign policy or the cornerstones, the anchors, remain a commitment to the promotion of human rights, a commitment to the promotion of democracy, a commitment to justice and international law in the conduct of relations between nations or countries, a commitment to international peace and to internationally agreed upon mechanisms for the resolution of conflicts, as well as a commitment to continue to pursue the African agenda for Africa's voice to be heard in world affairs, a commitment to economic development through regional and international cooperation in an interdependent and interconnected world. Now, the department's 2025 to 2030 strategic plan is premised on key national policy documents that I was referring to earlier. This includes the National Interest Document, the National Development Plan, the Statement of Intent of the Government of National Unity, and all government departments are expected to contribute to 3 strategic priorities of the Government of National Unity. Priority number 1 is to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Priority number 2, reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living. Priority number 3, a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Now, DERCO as a department contributes primarily to priority 1 and priority number 3. And we do this through or rather targeting the increase of foreign direct investment into our country, improving South African access to foreign markets, contributing to increased tourism arrivals to South Africa. Members of the Portfolio Committee would have heard us previously making this particular point, that because you don't find officials of the Department of Tourism as well as the Department of Trade, Investment and Competition, DTIC, at the embassies of South Africa abroad. It's diplomats or DERCO officials who have to carry these three files. The file of political work, which is the bilateral relations of that particular country we are accredited in. So they do the political work and manage the relations between us and that particular country. But they also have to carry the file of trade, which is economic diplomacy, as well as doing tourism promotions work. So when you see tourists arriving in South Africa in volumes and contributing to the fiscus, because tourism is a big revenue generator, that would have been the work done primarily by diplomats. And of course, our work also contributes to increasing investor confidence. Members of the Portfolio Committee would also be aware that there's an annual investment conference that's hosted by a country, by the president in particular. And we, as diplomats, speak to, or in fact, do the work of identifying potential investors in all the countries where we've got a footprint, speak to them, alert them to the investment conference and get them to come here. And in fact, we also mobilize ambassadors to be part of the investment conference, because after they've made pledges, you have to then work on that file to ensure that they actually live up to the pledges. And we've done that successfully over the years, to the effect that you've seen the sort of numbers that we've registered from pledges to actual investments that have been realized over the years. An increased focus on cultural diplomacy, leveraging South Africa's unique culture and heritage, and of course expanding development and technical cooperation with an emphasis on health, education, skills development transfer, technology transfer, as well as development finance. There's a number of MOUs and agreements that we've signed with a lot of countries covering all these areas. And there's been tangible benefits from arising from the MOUs and agreements that have been signed, that have resulted in South Africans benefiting from such, which again is the important work that diplomats are doing. And of course, we utilize digital diplomacy to set the agenda in terms of owning the narrative, to explain key issues that could be happening geopolitically, ensure that the image of our country is not harmed in the era where there's a lot of fake news and a lot of things that if you don't counter, then become the truth. There's a team that works on this on a daily basis to ensure that our work is communicated and we explain things that we need to explain from time to time, as well as to drive the narrative of our country as a respected and influential global player. The fact that you've got the G20 happening on the African continent, or rather the Leaders Summit taking place on the African continent for the first time under the presidency of South Africa, speaks volume about at what level and league South Africa plays. The annual targets in terms of our strategic plan is that we're targeting 60 structured bilateral mechanisms and high-level engagements on the political, economic, and social relations, or rather in those areas, 60 economic diplomacy activities and initiatives, 60 tourism promotion events held to promote our country as a preferred tourist destination, 20 engagements to facilitate financing opportunities for South Africa. And we also work on reports on human development partnerships, on skills transfer and technical cooperation. 10 SADC statutory, sectoral and senior officials meetings per year, as well as six SACU statutory meetings per annum. Africa remains central to our foreign policy. It's at the core of what we do. The Pan-Africanist vision of unity, solidarity, and a common African destiny. Our future is linked to that of our region and the continent. We make the argument that South Africa can't be an island of stability and progress and development surrounded by a sea of underdevelopment. It's important that as we develop, our region develops and the entire continent. And it's a big market of over 1 billion people, primarily with young people. Over 60% of the African population is young people, which is a huge opportunity. It is therefore important that there should be a continuation of the focus areas, which is a united and politically cohesive continent that works towards shared prosperity and sustainable development, to enhance regional integration with increased and balanced trade within our region of SADC and on the continent by supporting the African Continental Free Trade Area, promote greater peace, security and stability, and use South Africa's membership and engagements in various international fora to advance the African agenda. That's exactly what we do in the G20, in BRICS, and other forums that we belong to. When it comes to the issues of dealing with conflicts, conflicts are as old as humankind. There is documented evidence that at the Jebel Sahaba on the Egypt-Sudan border, there were skeletons that showed trauma from projectiles from 13,000 years ago. Shows you how long the idea of conflict is. When the contemporary global governance system was created at the end of the Second World War, there was a sense that never again should countries resort to unjust and illegal wars. The UN was created, as indicated in the first words of the UN Charter, and I quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, close quote. Now, moving 8 years forward since the Charter was adopted, we can all agree that we haven't lived up to this ideal. There also has to be a proliferation of alternate forums and side processes where decisions taken amongst a few to divert attention from the non-delivery of multilateral commitments. Despite attempts to eradicate conflict, war appears to be increasing globally. And I think at this particular moment, we worried about several conflicts that, as opposed to coming to an end, seems to be developing and increasing, resulting in a loss of life and infrastructure. The trajectory of increasing military spending, competing with other priorities and undermining sustainable development worries us in particular. I think the P5 in particular over the last 2 years have been increasing, and other regions have been increasing their spending on military equipment and technology, which worries us. The cost of war illustrates the monetary investment and military expenditure and the severe impact on civilian lives. The inability or failure of the international community to resolve conflicts through peaceful means has weakened the credibility and integrity of the global system. It's our country's principled approach that political problems or challenges should be resolved through peaceful means, and that means dialogue. Now, on this matter of shortcomings of the contemporary global peace and security framework, we make the point that the United Nations Security Council, despite its mandate to maintain peace and security, continues to face serious challenges due to divisions amongst its permanent members. the P5. These divisions have rendered the UNSC being unable to effectively respond to or deal with conflicts such as the ones in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, what's happening in Gaza, and undermining the United Nations Charter's principle of sovereign equality and allowing some members to act with impunity. The misuse of UN organs to advance narrow national interests, unilateral actions, and disregard for international law further weakens our collective actions as UN members. In addition, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, nuclear tensions. I mean, we've had in the recent past threats being thrown between powerful nations with regards to the use and potential use of nuclear weapons. Growing advocacy for nuclear deterrence contribute to heightened insecurity. The role of non-state actors, often operating as proxies of powerful states, intensifies conflicts, particularly on our continent, Africa, whilst transnational organized crime, including cybercrime, illicit trafficking, and wildlife crime continues to threaten global stability and sustainable development. Another area that worries us is terrorism, which appears also to be expanding, particularly in our continent. There's been incidents even in our region as SADC, where we've seen that this is something that we need to confront. We need to confront, rather, not just as South Africa, but collectively as a region and the continent and global community before it threatens our people. Now, South Africa's approach to conflict resolution, as I said, since 1994, our approach to peace and security has been grounded on the foundational values laid out by the Freedom Charter, which was adopted by the Congress of the People in 1945. And our code, it says, South Africa shall strive to maintain world peace and the settlement of all international disputes by negotiations. It also says, peace and friendship amongst all our people shall be secured, upholding the equal rights, opportunities, and status of all, close quote. We as a country have consistently pursued a foreign policy focused on the political settlements of disputes through the attainment of a just and sustainable peace, whilst also emphasizing the importance of addressing the root causes of conflict. During the address to the United Nations General Assembly in September of 2023, President Cyril Ramaphosa states, and I quote, "From the experience of our own journey from apartheid to democracy, we value the importance of engaging all parties to conflicts to achieve peace, just and enduring resolutions." Close quote. This has been the foundational approach for South Africa's engagements on continental and global peace and security matters since 1994. Now, we've advocated for the uniform applications of the principles of the UN Charter and international law, including upholding the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. The failure to uniformly and fairly implement international law in all conflict situations globally weakens the normative framework of international accountability, and unfortunately, it makes the world less safe for everyone. The work of the department in advancing our country's approach, the focus of the department in coordination with our embassies is pursuing multilateral peace and security objectives. And we do this to ensure, or rather through advocating for a peaceful resolution of conflicts, We engage all political issues at the UN and all other platforms. We address aspects of transnational organized crime. We work towards the achievement of disarmament and non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. There's a lot of work that we do, particularly through our embassy in Austria. We participate in international efforts to counter terrorism and violent extremism. With regards to, honorable members, the African Renaissance Fund Amendment Bill, the bill amends the African Renaissance and International Cooperation Fund Act of 2000 and withdraws the Draft Partnership Fund for Development Bill of 2012. It renames the African Renaissance Fund as the South African Development Partnership Agency, or SADPA for short, which will be a fully fledged PFMA-listed public entity. The SADPA will manage and facilitate South Africa's outgoing development cooperation as a foreign policy instrument, advancing national interests, building partnerships, and addressing Africa's development challenges. Some of the key amendments which I thought we should highlight is the establishment of a chief executive officer reporting directly to DERCO, and some changes to the advisory committee. There's also a provision for staff appointments as part of this fund. And we retain the principle that before we commit funds and spend them, there should be concurrence from the National Treasury, particularly on rollovers, as well as the authority to receive funds from partners or use some of the unspent RF monies. Step to follow, what's going to be happening, there will be a submission to cabinet for approval under the current 7th administration. Then the certification of the draft amendment bill by the Department of Justice. Then there will be the gazetting of the intention to introduce the draft bill into Parliament. And then DERCO will participate in the parliamentary processes. The allocation to the department then, in terms of the budget, we've been making the point and asking for the portfolio committee to assist us to make the case for us to be assisted in terms of funding the ever-increasing mandate. What we've since been experiencing is that the resources are not increasing, even though the mandate is increasing. The budget, total budget, shows just a marginal increase from the 2024-2025, an increase of just 8.9 million, or approximately 0.13%, which really does not move the needle if you consider some of the current challenges we are facing owing to not being funded appropriately. You will notice in the budget allocation that there is a marginal increase for Program 4, and this is primarily a budget allocated for G20 activities, given that DERCO is the lead department responsible for the bulk of the work under the Shepherd track. The department's spending is largely affected by this is an important point, the exchange rate fluctuation of main currencies as well as local currencies. 60% of the department's budget allocation is spent abroad. And that's why the issue of the exchange rate fluctuation is a big issue. Of course, there are ongoing engagements with the National Treasury to try and get them to hear our cry. And I must say, so far, we have not really made the breakthrough that we were hoping to, but the engagements continue, particularly on the challenges we are facing caused by the exchange rate volatility. Last point to make on the issue of the budget is that the compensation of the employees remains a challenge, as largely the department relies on the personnel rather, or staff, to perform our functions. Compensation of employees is the main cost driver, accounting for an estimated 46% of our total budget. And this is the last slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dada Minyala, for that presentation. You are excused if you want to go and do some work in the department. And once more, please give the condolences of the Portfolio Committee to the Dango family and say to them that we wish them strength in this difficult time of bereavement. Ausdineo, I'm going to ask that you usher in our first presenter of the day and welcome all our presenters for today as we did in the morning. And once more, we thank you for making time to be with us as the Portfolio Committee. Ausdineo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. The next speaker, Chairperson, who you have already welcomed, is Dr. Philani Mthembu, who is going to, from the Institute for Global Dialogue, who is going to engage members with regards to South Africa in economic diplomacy and also the role of DECO in terms of the African Continental Free Trade Area and where oversight, where members should focus their oversight on these matters. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. What I will do is basically just sort of continue from the presentation that we've just heard from DIRCO. I think there's sort of key components there, sort of highlighting the nexus between peace and security development, but also then feeding into the economic diplomacy dimensions, especially given a changing geopolitical landscape. However, it's important to note that the changes that we are seeing today, which have an impact on our economic diplomacy, are not necessarily unique to the current administration. Maybe they have been accelerated by at least during the current administration. However, they certainly precede this administration. Even if we go back as far as sort of 2009 to 2018, we see that that period coincided with the changing global trade landscape, which appeared increasingly more fragmented than the heydays of multilateralism. And this was typified by extensive trade negotiations under the auspices of the World Trade Organization. Now, those days seem to be quite distant, with the heydays of multilateral trade negotiations. What this has been replaced with is that we see that while the WTO delivered its first binding agreement in Bali in the form of the Trade Facilitation Agreement in August 2013, multilateralism has since been on a retreat, being overtaken by an emerging multi-layered trade and investment, or at least a multi-layered trading system that is characterized by the creation of exclusive trade and investment areas. Even under the first Trump administration, there was a push to punish smaller countries for voting against it at the United Nations. And, this essentially heralded multilateralism in retreat. We've also seen that the economic nationalism of the United States is thus threatening to unravel many years of multilateral gains in international trade, accelerating a trend that started in the aftermath of the global financial crisis in 2008. And the trend towards became more evident in the form of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which went on and was implemented without the participation of the US under the first Trump administration, but also with stalled transatlantic trade and investment partnership, which of course was a big policy area under the Obama administration, but that was discontinued under the first Trump administration. The European Union has also sought to conclude various economic partnership agreements with the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific group of countries. And of course, South Africa and SADC has concluded an economic partnership agreement with the European Union. Now, this is essentially a changing trade landscape that we have been witnessing. And we've seen various attempts, both in previous administrations, but also under the current administration, to adapt, to basically find ways of accelerating trade diversification. We've also seen attempts by the state to revitalize the manufacturing sector through in previous years, you had, policies like your industrial policy action plans, which identified various potential areas that South Africa needs to focus on when it comes to its economic diplomacy. Now, if we look at essentially this overview of the contemporary trading landscape, it's clear that we've not really fully recovered from the global financial crisis. I mean, it was still 2008, but I mean, this is South Africa now. South Africa has really not fully recovered. Our growth rates have not been good enough to actually combat our challenges of unemployment, of poverty, of inequality. And this was, going way back to 2008. Now, that financial crisis, it ushered in a changing global trade landscape, and it continues to fragment following those heydays of the World Trade Organization. However, in that framework, South Africa has sought to diversify its trade partnerships. It's also sought to expand its trade within Africa and within the global South. Now, basically, multilateralism seems to be increasingly overtaken by a multi-layered trading landscape or trading system, characterized by the creation of these exclusive trade and investment areas. We've mentioned the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. However, in our case, some of the ways that Africa has responded has been through the creation of efforts to trade through the African trade, through the Continental Free Trade Area, but also through the tripartite free trade area. And these have been seen as quite critical, as they would essentially sort of include and create the largest free trade area in the world. And this is an important part of the way that South Africa, at least, and the African continent is seeking to adjust to a changing and fragmented geopolitical, but also geo-economic landscape. Now, whilst South Africa's trade with countries in the European Union and the US remains significant, it's important to note that its share of overall trade with the US and Europe has in relative terms declined when compared to its overall trade. And South Africa's trade with the BRICS countries has grown following its membership of the grouping, while it has also sought to grow its trade with the African continent and countries of the global south. And this is supported by a domestic and regional industrial strategy. So if we look at this evolving sort of trade landscape and how South Africa has responded to it, we also have to go back to what the National Planning Commission had in mind when it developed the National Development Plan, and specifically made mention of the need for South Africa to search for new export markets. Now, the National Planning Commission, through the National Development Plan, advocates for South Africa to aggressively expand trade and investment in the region, on the continent and globally. In achieving this, it argues for the development of hard infrastructure, roads and rail networks, but also soft infrastructure. So through trade facilitation systems, supply chain management, and also customs controls and administration. It calls for South Africa to identify specific trade, manufacturing, and industrial niches where the country enjoys competitive advantages, recommending the harmonization of border policies between South Africa's regional trading partners, especially in the emerging tripartite free trade area. And according to the National Development Plan, which ideally government should be responding to and aligning to, the impending tripartite free trade area is a significant step towards improved African integration and should be a priority in South Africa's foreign policies. Now, while states secure trade and financial relations in global politics, ultimately, it is private companies that do business across borders. Now, of course, we also have state-owned enterprises which also do business across borders. We also have structures like your industrial development corporation, which also finance projects across borders. We also have your Development Bank of Southern Africa, which also finance projects across borders. But ultimately, it's important that the private companies are the ones primarily doing business across borders. And this has been an area which is quite important in terms of ensuring that, in terms of parliamentary oversight, it's important to understand the profile of South African businesses that are leveraging the opportunities to do business across borders. So when we're talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area and the vast potential that it presents, it's important to domestically also say, how are we preparing for South African companies to maximize on the potentials that the African Continental Free Trade Area offers? And not only for large corporations, but also, and I mean, most large corporations already have the infrastructure, they have the networks, both in government and outside government, across borders. But we have to ask ourselves, are our embassies across the continent, but also is our domestic policy frameworks, are they suited to ensure that small and medium enterprises are also able to capitalize from cross-border trade and from the opportunities that the African Continental Free Trade Area offers? And this is quite an important part. One of them involves No, we've heard the presentation, obviously, from Dirko. It's important then to state, to what extent are our embassies equipped to actually support that operationalization of the Continental Free Trade Area, especially those who are making inquiries amongst small and medium enterprises. Of course, DTIC has a role to play, but as we heard in the previous presentation, the reality is, with all the budget cuts we've had in recent years, the reality is that the Department of International Relations is being asked to do more with little. And other departments are also not necessarily staffing our embassies with economic attaches and so forth. So this is an area that definitely needs to be addressed if we are to maximize on the Continental Free Trade Area and ensure that we grow the pie in terms of businesses that are able, South African businesses that are able to use the opportunities opening up in Africa especially. Now, it's for this reason that the NDP calls for more coordination between the state and the business sector in growing South Africa's exports to new markets on the continent and beyond. There's an example, an important example that the National Development Plan mentions as a good case study of where the state and the private sector have worked well in opening up economic opportunities. And I think this example remains valid today. The example that it makes mention of is the Maputo Corridor, which is a trade route connecting Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga in South Africa with Swaziland or Eswatini, and ultimately with the port of Maputo in Mozambique. Now, the project is an example of relatively successful integration and coordination that has involved the public and private sectors. And I think this is really quite important. What the NDP mentions is that an estimated 4 million people, 700,000 vehicles, and 80,000 trucks cross the Mozambique-South Africa border annually. The corridor boasts some of the continent's most effective public-private partnerships, with 7 billion rand being invested into the road infrastructure and the rehabilitation of the rail line from Rizano Garcia in Maputo, which was completed a while ago in 2008. This was accomplished with significant investments in excess of $80 million US dollars. A 20-year master plan will also see close to $2 billion invested in port growth and development to service the demands of the region, with a throughput of 48 million tons by 2033. So when we look at the Department of International Relations and the central role that it plays, of course, alongside other departments, in expanding South Africa's networks, opening up opportunities for trade, it's important to also understand that we can't necessarily put all the emphasis on the department, in terms of its ability to deliver. The department relies on other portfolios within the state performing well. So if we're not investing adequately in our port infrastructure, then that constrains the work of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. It constrains the work of the DTIC to be able to have efficient, world-class port infrastructure that is able to play a catalytic role when it comes to trade in the region. And this is quite important. If we're not investing in our domestic rail infrastructure and logistics sectors, it constrains our outward-leaning work on foreign policy and economic diplomacy. Now, given the geographic location of South Africa, with the country facing both the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans, there has been a growing realization within the state that as a trading nation with good access to the oceans, there must be a greater focus on maritime security and also the ocean economy. I mean, after all, the majority of global trade is through the seas and the oceans. And the NDP basically states that, and this is where also the security dimension comes in. So you cannot have a strong economic diplomacy, especially a country like South Africa, the region that we are in, and the role we play globally. If we are to succeed in our economic diplomacy, we also have to be doing well when it comes to security, and that includes maritime security. The NDP states that even though piracy has not yet penetrated South Africa's local waters significantly, efforts need to be made to prevent the problem from spreading along the country's coastline. This is especially important in light of the fact that about 95% of South Africa's trade volume, about 80% by value, is seaborne. 7 commercial ports handle an estimated 200 million tons of freight a year, equivalent to about 3.5% of world sea trade volumes. And this places South Africa among the top 15 international maritime trading nations. The National Planning Commission essentially sees a close linkage between South Africa's trade strategy and the development of a maritime strategy. And to emphasize this point, it highlights that in 2006, the global total of hostages at sea was 186. And by 2010, the figure for the Indian Ocean alone had jumped to 1,016. So the Indian Ocean is becoming a very important part of a changing geopolitical landscape, to the point where concepts like the Indo-Pacific, have sprung up, and countries are investing massively. So India is investing massively in those areas. China is investing massively. The Europeans are looking to play a bigger role. The US is looking to play a bigger role also in the Indian Ocean. And of course, South Africa has the privilege of having both the Indian and Atlantic Oceans open to it. But it shows us that if we neglect investments in the security realm, then what we may face is that piracy is moving from the Horn of Africa and moving southward, and that will have a negative impact on South Africa's economic diplomacy. Now, previously, we know that piracy was largely a problem of the Horn of Africa, and it's clear that such activity has increasingly moved south. Indeed, by March 2011 and February 2012, we had 57 pirate attacks in Tanzania's territorial waters, marking a move in piracy towards the SADC region. What the National Planning Commission recommends is it advocates for the strengthening of the South African Air Force, the Special Forces, the South African Military Health Services, and the South African Navy in order to strengthen the country's anti-piracy operation. The NPC also calls for the extension of the current agreement that allows the South African Navy to undertake operations in Mozambique and Tanzanian waters to also include Kenya. So it basically says that the South African Navy needs to be able and have the capabilities to actually monitor the waters from South Africa all the way up towards Kenya. And this is absolutely important for a country that is in the top 15 when it comes to maritime trading nations. So there's a close linkage between the investments that we are making in our military capabilities and the potential benefits when it comes to economic diplomacy. Traditionally, at times, we have tended to see these as competing. So we have tended to see expenditure, military expenditure, as being detrimental to expenditure in the economic realm or in the social realm. And what the last 30 odd years have taught us as South Africa is that for a country that plays a strategic role in Africa and in the global South, it's absolutely vital to invest also in your military capabilities in order to secure also your economic interests. And so what sort of moving towards closing, I think it's important that some of these sectors that have been identified as important for South Africa's economic diplomacy are areas, and these are sectors that could yield important gains in terms of export markets. They include sectors like financial and business services, pharmaceuticals, information, communications and technology, mining and beneficiation, including capital equipment, the automotive sector, petrochemicals and biofuels, clothing and textiles, agriculture and forestry, agro-processing, organics and natural ingredients, biotechnology, transport and storage, fertilizer and pesticides, aquaculture, leather and leather products, machinery and equipment, and also energy. And what we've seen is that for the last sort of a decade or even more, the geography of South Africa's trade is relatively stable. So, I mean, if you look at many at times when it comes to most of the top 10 countries in terms of South Africa's exports, you would normally find the likes of China, Germany, USA, Botswana, Namibia, Japan, the UK, India, Belgium, and Mozambique. And when it comes to our imports, with some variation, you would generally find the likes again of China, Germany, USA, India, Japan, Saudi Arabia, the UK, Nigeria, Thailand, and Italy. Of course, there is some changing of places, but it tends to be relatively consistent. When it comes to focusing really on Africa, it's important to note that some of our key export destinations in Africa, of course, mostly are in SADC, but it's generally countries like Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, Lesotho, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Angola, and also the DRC. Those tend to be really our largest export destinations. And just sort of then closing, Chair, is that the major components of South Africa's economic diplomacy, it's really the state of the country's economy constitutes a key variable for its ability to realize its ideals and agency in global politics. When our economy is weak, it limits the ability of departments like the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. It limits the ability of departments like DTIC to deliver on their mandate, at least on their outward-leaning mandate. However, possessing material capabilities and economic tools is not necessarily a guarantee that these can be directed towards meeting agreed upon strategic priorities nationally, regionally, and globally. So yes, we may have the potential, but we need the mechanisms, we need, in the current case, a GNU to work more coherently when it comes to realizing South Africa's potential. So simply possessing the capabilities is not a guarantee. These have to be utilized and directed towards our economic diplomacy imperatives. The importance of coordination across two levels is important, both within the state and also beyond the state, especially in an economically constrained environment. Example, leveraging on the presence of South Africa Inc. in Africa and beyond is important, with mutual briefings taking place either twice a year or quarterly between relevant national departments, provinces, cities, chambers of commerce, and other private sector representatives. So coordination is quite important. That is coordination, obviously, within the state, which is important, but also outside of the state. Within the state, it's also important to have greater coordination amongst national, provincial, and local departments, state-owned enterprises, including development finance structures such as the Development Bank of Southern Africa and the Industrial Development Corporation. The African Renaissance and International Cooperation Fund, which we've also heard previously from DIRCO, that there is movement in terms of really changing from the African Renaissance Fund to the South African Development Partnership Agency. This is important. Now, that African Renaissance and International Cooperation Fund, it creates opportunities to partner through various South-South and triangular cooperation opportunities. Different spheres of the state, the executive, parliament, through oversight, and the judiciary play a key role. Of course, companies will invest in countries where they see that there is an independent judiciary, there is the relevant checks and balances between the executive and other parts of the state. So an independent judiciary also gives confidence to international investors that their disputes can be handled effectively. Institutions of higher learning are also important to boost and align research with key components of the strategic objectives of the state. And at times we forget that most of our universities are an extension of the state. And therefore there's a lot of research capabilities that can be channeled towards boosting the capabilities of the state within our institutions of higher learning. The importance of the security cluster I've mentioned, including intelligence structures as a security guarantor. Better security and intelligence has a massive impact on domestic and foreign investment. Domestically, safer cities, businesses can open longer, a better public transport system, workers can leave office later, without worrying about crime, but also foreign companies can invest in a country that is more secure, that has better coordination between its security clusters. I've mentioned equipped embassies and missions abroad. This is important. They need to be equipped with skills sourced from within and outside of the state. And the Foreign Service Act provides an opportunity for this. We need to obviously decide on missions that require economic, where it's an absolute must for them to have economic attaches. This could include your G7 countries, some of our BRICS countries, but also regional hubs in Africa. We also have to tap into the multiple tracks of diplomacy. That becomes important. Beyond the state, the private sector, the chambers of commerce, think tanks, and civil society will continue to play a key role. And there has to be active engagement within regional integration mechanisms within Southern Africa and beyond, supporting the tripartite free trade area and the African continental free trade area. Active engagement within multilateral fora will remain important, despite the challenges I've highlighted on multilateralism. So the World Trade Organization and the international financial institutions, World Bank and IMF, South Africa is to continue to seek reform within those structures. And of course, the importance of structures like BRICS and the G20, which shape key global economic interventions and decision-making, including on development finance affecting economic diplomacy strategies. So that remains important. The importance of a constantly updated and upgraded physical and digital infrastructure, including the port infrastructure nationally and regionally for enhanced maritime security and economic opportunities. And then, of course, building consensus on the national interest framework document will continue to be important, especially the economic diplomacy imperatives. I think that is something that across political party lines, I think there's generally agreement on the importance of economic diplomacy. So this creates an opportunity to build greater consensus. But then also the last 2 points, it's really important to continue to review bilateral, regional, and multilateral agreements to disaggregate their benefits and their constraints. And lastly, it's important to safeguard the South African economy from protectionist measures, such as the carbon border adjustment mechanism in the European Union for continued market access, but also to safeguard the economy from some of the protectionist trade measures that we are seeing from the United States. So we need a more effective, more capable state apparatus in order to navigate a changing geopolitical landscape, but that also allows the private sector to be relatively shielded from the turbulences that we see outside of the borders of the country. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much. Honorable members, my suggestion is that we get a few inputs, then we can engage them. Austin, can you usher in the next input?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure whether Dr. Mthembu, you wanted to be released earlier, or you
No. I am still around. I can still stick around. Not a problem.
Thank you, Doc.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The next speaker will be Professor Leslie Masters, who is going to be presenting on parliamentary diplomacy. I would kindly ask Professor Leslie Masters to give a short bio of herself for the benefit of the members of the committee. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Lemeo. Let me just share my screen. Where we're going. Okay, everybody can see that.
Yes, it's clear.
Yes, thank you very much. So thank you very much to the Honourable Chair and for the committee for inviting me here this morning to participate in the committee's deliberations and discussions for the next course of the 2 days around Parliament's strategic thinking going forward. So just a quick introduction to myself. My name is Dr. Leslie Masters. I am currently based at Nottingham Trent University in the UK. But my area of focus is South African foreign policy and diplomacy more widely. And this is where I'm also linked to the South African Research Chair, the SARCHI Chair in African Diplomacy and Foreign Policy at the University of Johannesburg. And I am also linked to the Institute for Global Dialogue, which is where I worked previously, and still work closely with Palani. Palani didn't mention, but I will give it a plug here that we are currently working on the South African Foreign Policy Review, the 5th volume, which we're hoping to get out next year, which is part of these ongoing discussions and deliberations around reviewing South Africa's foreign policy engagements, from looking at its actors to looking at foreign policy implementation. So with that kind of background about where I've come from and what I do, one of the areas, as I said, is that I research in is international diplomacy. That includes things like science diplomacy, it includes environmental diplomacy. Also, it's good to hear that the SADPA is back on the agenda. We did some work with IGD a while back about development diplomacy. But I'm here today to talk about parliamentary diplomacy and the expectations and what the plans are, or how they can be guided in the next strategic planning session. So it's fortuitous that this invitation came to me this week, because it's been exactly 10 years since I first published an article on South Africa's parliamentary diplomacy. This was way back in 2015. It doesn't feel that long ago, but it's a good 10 years. And I'm pleased to say that a lot has changed since my initial analysis and engagement with Parliament and its international relations. There's been a lot of traction gained in growing South Africa's, the Parliament's international activity. And I think that this has a lot to do with the leadership of the committee and the members participating in it. But there has definitely been a move towards acknowledging and embracing the idea of Parliament's role in shaping foreign policy and in engaging in international relations. But as always, and this is why we're here today, there is room for progress, building on these developments of the past. But I think it's also important that we showcase Parliament's achievements, as well as consider the challenges that we have facing South Africa's parliamentary diplomacy. So to achieve movement and progress going forward, I think that it's important to continue this engagement with the question of Parliament's agency. And in order to do that, as we do with the South African Foreign Policy Review, it's about this institutional memory. It's about being able to look back, to look forward. And I think this institutional memory is a key point I want to come back to as we go further in this discussion. But just to flag it at the very beginning, this understanding of where we've come from, and how we can use that to build forward. So in situating the discussion on South Africa's Parliament and the expectations going forward, my talk today is kind of to give a framework about what may shape these expectations for South Africa's parliamentary diplomacy. What is the framework that the Parliament is going to be navigating, and where there's going to be these constraints and opportunities? So I've divided into 3 levels, 3 key areas for consideration. And beginning with Parliament itself, thinking about Parliament, who the actors are, who is playing a role in Parliament, what is possible through capacity and through resources. We've already heard from Durko and Palani's talk, the challenges and constraints around capacity affecting all government departments, but also affecting Parliament as well. Thinking about why international relations is important for Parliament. What is the purpose? What is the aim of these international relations? And then why that matters. So starting with Parliament, then looking to South Africa's foreign policy. And we've already heard a bit this morning from Dirk about that wider foreign policy. But how does that align how does Parliament align with these policies in ensuring inclusion and cohesion of South Africa's foreign policy, particularly around what we heard the Chair say this morning about it being people-centered, people inclusion. And this is an element that's been missing, I think, for a little while. But it's bringing in and then coordinating cooperation across multiple actors and multiple and competing sometimes interests. So that's number two. And then finally, the third element that I want to talk through today is the context in which South Africa finds itself, the international environment. So that is what I plan to do during the course of the next 20 minutes or so, starting with Parliament. Beginning our focus on who, what, why it's important for Parliament. And you can see I've got 2 blocks on either side there, and they're kind of unbalanced. And this is part of the idea that these are elements that are going to frame Parliament's engagement and frame what can be achieved at opportunities and constraints. How do we balance these elements? So Parliament sits at a junction. It has 2 different focuses, although they cross over, but there are 2 key elements to the work of Parliament. And both need to be given full attention in order for them to work together well. So as the Chair set out this morning, the first part is the legislative function and oversight of foreign policy. And this is assigned by the Constitution. And this is significant because it provides the foundation for a democratic foreign policy. That's that element that I'm saying that there's so much scope for further involvement and engagement, to have that ground level input, both directions, input from the ground to Parliament and from Parliament to the ground, to grassroots, is preparing that foundation for a democratic foreign policy. And this is important in ensuring legislative functioning. It's important for oversight, for the laws, and for budgetary control when it comes to foreign policy. And it needs to work well. That legislative function on the left side needs to work well in order to support the soft power and agency on the other side. And these functions are central to holding foreign policy to account. It is the responsibility for the people of South Africa. And records are pointing to an increasingly engaged international relations portfolio committee. As I said, there have been a number of changes in the positive direction since 2015. And there's been a much more active engagement by the committee in taking opportunities to raise questions on expenditure, visiting overseas missions. Although, again, we have capacity and resource constraints. We've heard already there's 115 missions abroad. It's not feasible to manage to visit all of them all the time. But there have been questions posed about missions. There have been questions or the invitation to government to come in and account for positions taken on climate change, taken on trade, to engage on the G20. And all this has been an important part of overseeing and engaging with South Africa's foreign policy. And then again, a key part played by Parliament in the overseeing of the Foreign Service Bill. And now we've seen the time frame to give us an indication that the SADPA discussions will be making their way through to Parliament as well. But it's important to keep the eye on the ball. There's debates and opportunities for shaping foreign policy decision-making can also be missed. And I think one of the areas around this is the question about the national interest framework. Engaging further with what the national interest is, how that's framed, and what that means for South Africans. So there are constraints on capacity, and Parliament often finds itself occupied with domestic priorities. but it is important to maintain oversight in matters ensuring that South Africa remains compliant with its own international agreements. Parliament is where the domestication of international agreements is put forward. It is where it will be filtered into our national legislature. So it plays a key role in bridging what that international environment with the local environment, particularly around issues on human rights, on democracy, and as Pilani was saying about economic development. How are we going to engage with the African Continental Free Trade Area in order to make that relevant and accessible at a local level? So while many of the functions, policy functions, are national in nature, if these are not undertaken with due diligence, they act as a constraint on the second element of Parliament's engagement. So we've looked at the legislative function and oversight of foreign policy, but the second dimension of international relations for Parliament is engagement as an actor beyond South Africa's borders. And this feeds into what we call soft power. And it's a term that gets bandied around quite a lot. It's a bit of a catch-all term, but I think it's worth unpacking, especially if you want to think about how to maximize Parliament's soft power as an international actor on the world stage. So what makes or what supports Parliament's soft power? And I think it's important that this is there needs to be a review of soft power, of Parliament's soft power, especially around expectations in supporting how this idea of soft power can be developed and how it can be sustained. So thinking about what does South Africa's Parliament's soft power look like? What does it include? And unpacking that a little bit today, this includes things like that we see, the active debates in committees, in the houses, on international engagements, the contributions by our MPs and those present today in the foreign policy discussions, inviting in those speakers, engaging with businesses, with academics, with think tanks, around issues of international norms, whether that's on human rights, democracy, whether that's about trade. It's about transparency. And transparency in these debates and in these engagements is also an element of soft power, the inclusion of these stakeholders in discussions, determining the priorities and interests. Things like what we're doing today. And I know that many other discussions have also taken place. It is these elements that showcase South Africa's values abroad. Parliament is a living representation of South Africa's soft power, and to be able to share that and to engage with that overseas, I think is an important element of the work Parliament is doing internationally. So thinking about soft power, but then thinking about diplomacy. Now, diplomacy is method. And in Parliament's context, it means engaging with or using these tools of soft power at both a bilateral and a multilateral level in international relations. Now, both bilateral and multilateral relations have expanded over the years, meaning that with expansion and limited, and as we heard, sometimes shrinking capacity and resources, there needs to be review and oversight of these relations to consider their strategic value and how they align with South Africa's foreign policy priorities and values. So this includes not only budgetary, but also time and availability of people that are already working at capacity. And we can see the extensions in these international relations. Multilateral engagements have continued to expand. We've got the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, the work that is being undertaken by the G20, well, the P20, in this case, the Parliament 20, which South Africa is currently hosting, and is a great showcase for South Africa's soft power. But thinking about, do these relations reflect these aspirations? We're participating in the G20, there's the P20. How is this being used to showcase parliamentary diplomacy and agency of South Africa? Because there is a difference between the multilateral and bilateral approaches. For instance, as was indicated by Dirko, the presentation earlier, Africa is central to foreign policy. But what does this mean if we translate that into parliamentary diplomacy? Now, there's been a lot of engagement on multilateral platforms, as we said, the P20, with the IPU, the International Parliamentary Union. There's been engagement with the Commonwealth parliamentary groups. There has been engagement with the Pan-African Parliament, with SADC. But when it comes to bilateral relations, this is an area, again, where there is scope for further engagement in using South Africa's role and its focus on Africa to engage with other emerging parliaments, new parliaments that are developing across the continent. We heard about peace and security, linking those ideas with peace and security. How can Parliament be involved with peace and reconstruction and engagement around that? And this would then link to the African agenda. Parliament's thinking around how is parliamentary diplomacy linking to the foreign policy aspirations and this African agenda? Could it be through bilateral support and bilateral agreements with regional and other African, further up into Central, North and West Africa, parliamentary engagement? And this is coming out, and I think this is captured in the theme of the P20 and how Parliament is defining its approach when it comes to the ideas of solidarity, equality, and sustainability, and integrating those ideas into Parliament's international engagement. Which then leads us on to South Africa's foreign policy and Parliament. Again, Parliament is constrained, but there are also opportunities for engaging with South Africa's foreign policy with the international environment. So again, we have this balancing of two key areas in order to address parliamentary diplomacy. So starting with the actions of Parliament are shaped and are framed by foreign policy. And this is reflected in Parliament's own foreign policy papers and the foreign policy documents that the government has brought out. And if you look at all of these documents, from Parliament to Dirko, there's been a remarkable consistency on paper over the last 30 years of what the policy principles and values are. Where there are nuances, this is where there has been changes or shifts in emphasis and in implementation. So this is where we need to think about clarity in positioning Parliament in supporting foreign policy principles, values, and interests, including consideration of what South Africa's interests are. Engaging, reaching out to the grassroots. This is an opportunity to consider what are South Africa's interests? Who are the people that are being represented? What are their priorities? And how these values should be integrated. And this comes back to this national interest framework document, which offers a platform. It shouldn't be considered a final document. It is termed an interest framework document to be used for further engagement and discussion, an area which Parliament is well suited to engage with. Because the different positions that are actually reflected in the national interest framework reflect the diversity of actors within South Africa. And this is one of the challenges for Parliament as well, is considering that diversity and engaging actors, both government and non-state actors, in shaping foreign policy decision-making. So this brings us to implementation. And we've talked about the idea that there are these multiple stakeholders, there is this diversity in South Africa, but it also means that Parliament is one of many actors who are participating in international relations. It is part of many actors that are shaping in South Africa's foreign policy and engaging in foreign policy discussions. I mean, we heard from Pelani's intervention that the Department of Trade Industry, the DTIC, are involved in international trade negotiations. The Ministry for Environment is involved in the climate change negotiations. So there are many competing areas. We've got businesses that are engaged in shaping and working on international relations. We've got NGOs, we've got academia that is engaged on foreign policy. So it offers a challenge in that there is multiple and diverse actors alongside Parliament engaged in foreign policy. But it also means there are opportunities, particularly when resources are constrained. It's an opportunity to coordinate and to engage with business leaders, with NGOs, with academia, drawing on expertise and also drawing on the international networks that these actors offer, as well as their resources in supporting South Africa's foreign policy. So if we look at foreign policy and we look at the DIRCO's annual performance plan for 25-26, there is a key focus on development, socioeconomic development, and including strengthening the economic recovery, including economic diplomacy, the DIRCO's missions abroad, using them to maximize foreign direct investment, create diversified markets, boost economic returns, support a North-South dialogue, particularly engaging with the European Union, to consider the overlaps between the climate change and the economy through unlocking green economy potential, as well as digital transformation. So this, if we link that, if that is framing South Africa's priorities and direction for 25-26, there are opportunities that Parliament has to support the work and focus on these particular areas through engagement with the IPU, through engagement, as already we can see, through the G20, through the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, through BRICS Parliamentary Forum. It offers a channel. Parliament provides a channel outside of what government may be sort of mainstream diplomatic engagement and economic diplomacy. It offers an opportunity to engage with other parliamentarians. It offers the opportunity to engage at a level where it is not necessarily at a high political level, but allows for a deeper engagement, a more collaborative engagement and use of networks, parliamentary networks, to support foreign policy priorities. So talking about these engagements and these international platforms, it brings us to the third level or area that is going to be shaping expectations around Parliament's strategic thinking going forward. And that is the international context. What is possible is framed by the navigation of international geopolitics. And I think when it comes to parliamentary diplomacy expectations, if we look at the title of the P20 meeting, it really captures the seriousness which South Africa is taking parliamentary diplomacy. The P20, the title is Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. So Parliament is visibly and actively engaging with the idea of parliamentary diplomacy. But when it comes to what is possible, this is shaped by geopolitical contexts. We can see the challenges where with the US and its turn towards unilateralism, its lack of engagement on multilateral platforms. We sit in a world where trade wars, interstate wars are prevalent. And these are dynamics that are going to shape what is possible. But it offers both multilateral and bilateral platforms offer MPs an opportunity to engage with representatives from around the world. And this is part of South Africans, its very foundation. South Africa's foreign policy is about promoting political dialogue. And reference was made to the Freedom Charter 1955. And that's the basis of supporting political engagement, political cooperation, a role which Parliament is well placed to achieve. In engaging politicians, engaging other MPs, engaging with societies internationally to discuss questions and challenges of international governance, of global governance. So navigating the geopolitics, the political trends and climate that currently exists, but also having to think it's not just about states where you are having to keep an eye on and their geopolitical allegiances and divisions, but it is also about navigating transnational or what is termed wicked problems. So wicked problems are complex, multi-layered, multi-dimensional problems where there is no single or easy means of addressing them. They are transnational problems that require complex solutions from across multiple stakeholders, of course, each with their own interests and priorities. Now, in the past, it was argued that the fragmented attention of parliamentarians across different committees was a hindrance to their ability to focus on international issues. But I think we can turn that argument around today, because I think Parliament is now well placed to address these, because members sit across multiple committees. They are responsible for different issues. They are exposed to a variety of challenges from different sectors. So addressing these multi-layered, multi-dimensional problems becomes an element where parliamentarians and MPs are adept at dealing with it. I think another challenge to the position to the initial idea that fragmented attention on foreign policy was a hindrance is that parliamentarians are also adept at working across different positions. It's part of what they do. Which will also make and support international engagement on navigating these transnational, international problems. So Parliament also has access to interparliamentary groups to support and address these issues and problems on the international agenda. There is significant support from international platforms like the IPU. There is also support across South-South cooperation as well as North-South cooperation in managing these challenges, bringing much needed attention to national audiences, because as we saw in the beginning, it is Parliament who will be bringing to bear international decisions and agreements and domesticating international law. So it is important, if negotiations are happening on climate change or on migration or on trade and development, it is important that Parliament is involved in these global governance discussions. And whether that be that MPs are part of negotiations prior to our representatives going to the international forum, or whether MPs are themselves included in part of these negotiating teams, it's important, if Parliament represents the people, that the people are also represented, and their values, priorities, and interests are also represented. Because at the end of the day, these international agreements are going to be brought home and implemented and domesticated. So this is where we currently stand in terms of expectation for continued international agencies. It's a challenge in balancing these three areas and the opportunities and constraints around each of them. So at the level of Parliament, balancing the legislative functioning with Parliament's international agency. At the national level, it's aligning with foreign policy principles and values, and working and coordinating and cooperating in a multi-stakeholder environment. And then lastly, at the international level, managing and navigating these geopolitical tensions and addressing complex multidimensional issues that are on the agenda. So thinking forward, thinking about developing and importantly sustaining South Africa's parliamentary diplomacy, I think that there are 5 areas I would like to suggest for consideration in going forward. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Number 1 is research, research, research. It is so important to be informed. And this is important for all 3 levels. For Parliament, for the national context and international contexts. The more informed, the better engaged. And this could include elements such as horizon scanning, looking forward, being proactive and engaging across all 3 levels. It is also about considering the role of AI, particularly around analyzing large volumes of data, for example, public comments. It is also important, as was indicated in the DIRCO discussion, for addressing disinformation, for raising awareness and addressing algorithmic bias. But research will support nuanced understandings and it will support informed actions. That's number 1. Number 2 is building and safeguarding institutional memory. It is important, we will say, know yourself. So it's important to know, to understand Parliament's role. It's by the 2 roles that it has in engaging in international relations. And that means keeping a very clear record of agreements and engagements. This will help keep track of what has happened, what has been agreed, but it also allows for follow-up and making sure that what was agreed has been implemented. But it is also important for passing on the baton forward. Diplomacy is for the long run. And you can ask diplomats, particularly humanitarian negotiators, they know that they may not reach a solution immediately if they are negotiating with a warlord to dig a well. It is a long-term negotiation and building that commitment, which they may not see fulfilled in their term, but they need to be able to build that foundation to be able to pass it on to the person who comes next. So institutional memory is important because it allows people to pick up and continue the work of parliamentary diplomacy and outliving any short-termism that may be part of limited terms. And as such, I think this institutional memory should also be part of an induction and development of South Africa's parliamentary diplomacy approaches. So third is capacity building. There is always room to grow and learn. Learning from others through experience is part of being human, and it is part of advancing society. This includes enhancing foreign policies. This includes foreign policy legislative processes, so supporting participation, but as well as building and learning around parliamentary diplomacy. And this could consider opportunities to be part of South Africa's delegations visiting abroad, which could also offer opportunity and means of oversight, develop parliamentary diplomacy training, thinking about a parliamentary diplomacy strategy, but also engaging with DIRCO, the Diplomatic Academy, which does training around economic diplomacy, which does training around multilateralism, engaging with think tanks and academics who can inform and support and share knowledge on the different issues and complex geopolitics, political environments. So it's knowledge sharing, engaging with bilateral and multilateral platforms, learning through engagement with others. Fourth is be critical. Critical thinking, ask the questions, consult, and be prepared to make the hard choices. It's important to consider and to engage and to discuss how implementation aligns with the principles and values of a democratic South Africa. This is for the people. A foreign policy and a democratic foreign policy can be supported by parliamentary diplomacy. This being critical, asking the questions will allow for thinking about accountability and responsibility in guiding bilateral and multilateral engagements. And finally, it's to be strategic, to develop benchmarks against the strategic planning for South Africa's parliamentary diplomacy. This is something that the IPU is also doing. Benchmarking, setting out ideas again alongside strategic planning will help prioritize, set goals, and support accountability and reporting. And I think importantly, it can be used to showcase and celebrate what has already been achieved in our parliamentary diplomacy development. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to further discussions.
Thanks, Prof. Thank you very much for that. Honorable members, before we usher in Dr. Philani Mthembu, we will engage the two presentations that have been made, and I will allow members now to raise their hands. If there are any issues that members would like to be clarified, or if members want to make some comment, you are welcomed to do so. Honorable Wesley Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just make sure I'm okay there. Firstly, I'd like to say on behalf of MK, our condolences to Mr. Dango and his family, and our prayers and our hopes are with him and that they'll be comforted during this time. I want to thank all the presenters for the presentations that they've put forward to us. And for us and for me personally, I think we have a long way to go from where we are to where we need to be. My biggest thing is that this strategic plan and how we've been doing things has been very ceremonial. It's been looking at the ceremonial aspects of diplomacy. We need to, it's heavily focused on things like reporting on summits attended, events attended, statements made, but it fails to deliver on measurable socio-economic outputs. And that is, for me, where we are failing quite a bit, whether it's economic diplomacy or in how we develop our outcomes-driven strategic planning. This is a strategic planning session. And every summit, every mission, and every agreement must deliver measurable benefits for the people of South Africa, right down to grassroots level. And I want to thank you once again, Honorable Chair, for the people-centered mechanism which you spoke about right at the beginning, because it is something that I'm very passionate about, that the South African citizens on the grassroots must participate in the overall foreign affairs and international relations and cooperation world, that it shouldn't be elitist, it shouldn't be just for certain people. And this brings me to another point which I keep making here, and that is that we have a problem with who benefits from our foreign and our international relations and cooperation. Is it the average South African, the 65 million of it? Is it still the beneficiaries of apartheid and colonialism? When I went to China on FOCAC in 2018, I spent time there as part of the delegation. And when I went into the government-backed business sessions, I went to all the parties and the events and the networking sessions. It was just white monopoly capital there. There was no black businesses, and there was definitely no SMMEs or young entrepreneurs from townships and from different communities and diverse communities. And the challenge that we have is that our current policy is not benefiting. The way we're doing things in DIRCO is not benefiting the people, it's benefiting the elite. It's benefiting those people who have the money to go to China and to Russia and to America. It's benefiting those that have had traditional standing arrangements with their agriculture. Who benefits from AGOA? It's not the average South Africans. It's the people who own the land that was stolen from our people. So when it comes to where we are at, Mr. Chair, I think our commitment to real change and ensuring that we get the benefit of international relations down to the lowest person is not there. If we look at the commitment to change and transformation within the entire department, how can 8.9 million rand as an increase in the budget really be taken seriously after all the things that we have said as this committee, as we have said, how the whole department has been hollowed out, how our entire economic diplomacy strategy has come to a grinding halt, how our embassies are falling apart, how it's understaffed, undermanned, and how we are not able to have trade attaches. All these things are leading to more and more work and more business and more tourists going elsewhere, leading to less and less jobs being there for us as our people. So, you must put your money where your mouth is. If you say that you are a government, a GNU or an ANC leadership that looks at DIRCO as the department to lead us into a brighter future, you can't talk about FDI without talking about land justice first. This is really a stupid way to look at things. All we talk about is foreign direct investment, must get more investment that's going to create jobs. But it's only going to create more investment for the people who own the land, and the people who own the land are the Afrikaners and the English and politicians who have raped our nation for 400 years. So how are we going to ensure land justice first? And then we can talk about foreign direct investment, Mr. Chair. Then we can talk about getting everybody on board with a plan that takes us all forward, whether we're white, black, colored, Indian, or Khoisan, or African indigenous people. We have a future together, and DIRCO has the ability to become that conduit to work with other governments to bring their information, to bring their technology, and to help us to be able to make a difference. But we're not using it for that purpose. We're using it only to enrich the political elite and the business elite, and to entrench what was established by apartheid for the last 50 years, and especially in the last 30 years, Mr. Chair. So when we look at the people's centered mechanism, is there a budget for it? And I've asked this question before. Where is the budget for it? And the comment was made that in terms of the Sherpa track of the G20, DIRCO is the main funder, but there's no money. So, how are we going to, the money hasn't been released by National Treasury. National Treasury should be called in front of this committee to give an account of why are you not releasing that money. And they must give an account of why things are being held back. They're going to make us look bad. If we look at the input by Dr. Mthembu, and I want to thank you, Dr. Mthembu, for a very good input and for a very good background. And but I want to talk about economic diplomacy from a perspective of who's the beneficiaries of economic diplomacy. I do think that there is a big disconnect between somebody in Soweto or in Mitchell's Plain or in Chatsworth that are out there trying to get a business and getting their products and getting their artworks and getting and producing goods, and that goods finding its way to China, finding its way to India, finding its way to America, to the EU. It's almost impossible for our SMMEs to do that. So that means that you are failing at your job as DIRCO, and that's why we need to change and transform this entire department. The speaker spoke about the blue economy. This is something that I am very, very concerned about, because again, who owns the blue economy and the marine economy in South Africa? It's not the average black South African, the colored South African, Indian South African. No, we are refused commercial fishing rights. Only White Monopoly Capital has those fishing rights, and only they have the export licenses to trade and to take that out. And the rest of us, the majority of us who are African Aboriginal and African indigenous people, are treated as poachers, and our rights that is protected under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People are completely ignored, even though we are signatory. So, for me, Mr. Chair, we are just talking nonsense here. We just, putting a nice band-aid over a very big open gushing wound. I was again not surprised by the input that was made around piracy moving south, the Somalia coast piracy that is moving south. And because we have completely, as a country over the last 30 years, hollowed out the South African National Defence Force, our Navy, and we have completely made it and completely opened our waters to piracy, but also to economic exploitation by foreign trawlers. People are taking thousands of tons of fish out of our land. And if our shipping lanes, Mr. J, comes under threat, our biggest ports and economic boost is what comes through the port at Durban, the port at Cape Town, and other ports around South Africa. If our shipping lanes come under threat, this will be an existential crisis to South Africa, and it will be an existential threat to the rest of the world geopolitically, which will enforce other actors to come in and step in under the guise of protecting our waters. This is nonsense, Mr. Chair. This is all strategies designed for us to lose our sovereignty, and we must not allow it, Mr. Chair. This is, then I want to also speak, sorry, I'm still, I have a lot of notes, as you can imagine. I want to thank, let me just go to that section. Yeah, so Professor Mtembo again, when it comes to the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we must have an acceleration of regional economic integration, Mr. Chair. When will DIRCO actually roll out those corridors that we've been hearing about? We need 5 additional corridors, Mr. Chair. And we are at that stage where those corridors are not available. When will DIRCO publish a South African corridor plan? And what are the timelines for integrating the PAPSS into the South African Reserve Bank systems? And that's the Pan-African payment system, because those are things that will really make a difference. These are things that overlap, and that's why I think that Treasury needs to come to our committee so that we can actually talk real things that need to be changed in terms of our strategy. Because how many SMMEs will DIRCO support to enter those markets of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in the 2025, 26, 27, 28 years? We need tangible, real-world metrics, not just saying we went to this Addis Ababa thing, we went to this cocktail function, we went to this summit. That's all nice for the people who go there, and those negotiating committees and those representatives aren't elected, most of them. They are officials, and therefore they don't carry the mandate of the South African people, and yet they go and they sign deals that affects every South African people. I think Parliament should play a role, and that's in the last speaker, when it spoke about interparliamentary activity, I really expect that and I respect that this is what we should be doing as a parliament. We've had all these visits from China, from India, and from Sweden and others in this last year that we've been in the office, but we've only had some of them an hour, some of them half a minute. to explain who we are, what we stand for, and get interparliamentary discussions on the go. But how is we as South Africans, as a people, can understand what's happening in the conflict between India and Pakistan if we not, as a non-aligned country, have meetings as parliamentarians elected by the people, for the people, have interactions with those parliamentary counterparts? And maybe have it over 2 days instead of half an hour. And in that 2 days, we can find each other on different levels, on a cultural exchange, but also understanding why we have certain positions. If they want to speak about white genocide and they want to speak about Afrikaner refugees, we must be able to explain it. And we as parliamentarians must play a role in that. We cannot be withheld and put back and just, talk about paperwork. This is why the world is in the mess that it is, because we don't talk to each other. We don't spend time with each other. And Parliament has a role as elected officials to be able to understand our role in the geopolitical spectrum. So I think, Mr. Chair, those are some of my inputs, but one of the input that was mentioned by Dr. Mtembo, I think, was the carbon border, the CBAM issue. I don't know if you remember that we at the EU Interparliamentary Summit that we held, I think it was either earlier this year or last year. I raised the CBAM issue, and again, the CBAM issue and the just energy transition is a trap for us, Mr. Chair. This is something that is paved to be something beautiful, but it's a dead trap for us. I would like a proper assessment of what happened, because in that discussion, even the EU chairman agreed with me that CBAM in its current form is bad for us. It's a death trap for us. It has unrealistic deadlines. It has unrealistic expectations and penalties. It has the serious debt for us with very little downside to the EU people. And what they're trying to force us to do hasn't succeeded even in their own countries. They've gone back to coal, gone back to gas, and gone back to fossil fuels, but they're forcing us to transition to renewables that doesn't actually transform our economy, and they penalize us for industrializing our economy using coal because nowadays you can have clean coal factories, not dirty coal factories, and now they want to penalize us for that. These are things, Mr. Chair, that cost us trillions of dollars in debt for no reason that's coming up. So when we talk about economic diplomacy, when we talk about how we want to run DIRCO, we must talk real facts, real things on the ground, and we must ask these people to come and present themselves before us, before the committee. I think I'll leave it there for now, Mr. Chair, and then come back on some of the other issues later. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Douglas. Honorable Mhlongo, you raised your hand before Honorable Smith. He has just submitted a request here that he needs to leave the meeting by 12. Would you mind if we allow him in now? And you come after him.
I don't mind, Jay, it's fine.
Honorable Smith, thank you. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to my colleague, the Honourable Mhlongo's. Apologies, but I do need to leave the committee a little bit early. Allow me to firstly just thank Dr. Mtembu and Dr. Masters for what was some very, very insightful, I think, and interesting presentations. It's always good to get an academic perspective in the committee to help us inform our processes and opinions as we help shape South Africa's foreign policy. And I think it's really touched at the heart of what this committee is lacking. And I'm going to agree with what my colleague, the Honourable Douglas, has brought up about the role of this committee and the fact that it tends to be utilized more as a platform where we have esoteric and ideological conversations about foreign policy in theory, but we have very, very little to no input or sight of what's actually happening at the executive level. And Chair, it really is a problem for this committee, and it's something that I would like to table, given that this session and the session tomorrow are scheduled for strategic planning, that we reconnect this committee with its mandate, which is oversight over the executive. We're in the 8th Parliament now. We have had, sorry, the 7th Parliament, my apologies. I think it's the 7th Parliament, yes. We've seen the minister, I think, twice in the last 14 months. which really is huge cause for concern as far as oversight over South Africa's foreign policy is concerned. I can probably mention or count on one hand the number of times that this committee has met in the flesh. And we've only really been to the OR Tambo building in Pretoria once, which was part of the people-centered oversight mechanism earlier this year. And I can't actually remember ever having an opportunity to quiz an official on any foreign policy decision that's taken place. And this is quite concerning because I do know from the previous parliament that there was far more engagement, certainly with the minister and with the department from this committee. And it seems as if those engagements have been waning in the 7th Parliament. And it really is something that I think needs to be addressed. And I don't think that it is enough for Minister Lamola to send his deputies to deal with critical matters that pertain to South Africa's trade relations, and certainly on matters of peacekeeping, a regional dialogue, etc. We really need to have a commitment from the executive in this department to appear far more often and frequently, and certainly in a scheduled manner, I would say, for us to be able to hold the executive to account, as was outlined in the initial presentations that were presented. I've mentioned that we need to be meeting in person far more often. I think that while the Zoom platform is convenient, certainly due to the nature of this committee and the nature of the executive with the travel, there must be far more of an effort made to meet at least monthly or bi-monthly in person, so that we can really give effect to what this committee is required to achieve on the part of the people of South Africa who've elected us. Chair, I also want to touch on something that was mentioned by both Drs. Mthembu and Dr. Masters about the national interest. I read an opinion piece by Minister Lamola this morning in the Daily Maverick that quite fervently said that South Africa enacts its foreign policy in the national interest. Well, I don't know what the national interest is. I don't think this committee knows what the national interest is. I have read the draft framework paper on South Africa's national interest, which I think was released in 2022. But to my knowledge, it has never come to this committee. I don't think that this paper or certainly a position paper has been presented even at cabinet level by the executive. And so I find it very difficult to believe that South Africa is enacting a foreign policy in the national interest, which is something that has yet to be defined. And it certainly is something that should be brought to this committee as the legislature to ensure that the voices of the people are represented. And it absolutely is something that must be tabled at cabinet level, because South Africa's foreign policy, yes, in terms of the constitution, remains the prerogative of the president and the DIRCO minister. But we cannot ignore the fact that the president no longer serves at the pleasure of a single political party majority. And so there must be greater engagement on determining what the national interest is and how that flows into South Africa's actions on the international stage. Added to that, Chair, again, Drs. Mthembu and Dr. Masters mentioned this, and it is a critical point. We do have an overflow or an interconnected nature between DIRCO and other departments. It is critical for us to look. I'll use the example that Dr. Mthembu mentioned about the road freight corridors between Limpopo and Maputo. But this rightfully must be complemented by Public Works and PRASA and the Department of Transport looking into the efficiency of South Africa's ports. I mean, why are we building road highways to transport goods from a port in another country, in a country that has 2 coastlines? I mean, we border 2 oceans in South Africa. You cannot tell me that we don't have the capacity to build up our own ports and create our own economic development and public infrastructure spend to bring that sort of economic diplomacy and trade to fruition. So I do think there needs to be a greater focus on our collaboration with various other departments. And I previously mentioned that we should have a joint sitting perhaps once a quarter or even once in a parliamentary term, once a year rather, where we meet with DTI. South Africa is in the midst of a trade war with the United States of America. We are still negotiating tariffs and trade deals with the US. And this committee, neither this committee nor DTI has seen any of it. And that really is the ambit of this committee and of the legislature to have oversight over those processes. So that's another thing that we really need to look at in terms of coordinating and aligning domestic policy in terms of how it aligns with the national interest. Another example is obviously economic development and job creation and economic growth. I heard Mr. Monyela mention the constraints financially in the departments and the fact that there have been very little meaningful increases and often actually cuts to the department, which hampers its ability to function and operate. Well, the solution actually lies within DIRCO. We are supposed to be looking at South Africa's domestic economic policies and asking ourselves in this committee, what is a barrier to trade and investment and what is going to open those channels up? How are we learning from other emerging economies, certainly on the continent and elsewhere, even within the global south? And how are we having open and very honest and frank conversations about economic redress policies that are hindrances to economic development and investment and FDI, about South Africa's labor regime, for example, and more broadly about how South Africa places developed world regimes or frameworks on things like immigration and labor, where we actually need to adopt a far more emerging market approach. Those are the sorts of items that need to come to this committee. Chair, on the people-centered mechanism for oversight, I fully agree with a far more consultative approach at all spheres of government as it pertains to foreign policy, but I do worry that we are overstepping the mandate of this committee in terms of how we engage at municipal level, for example. Municipalities have the right and the independence to determine their own international trade protocols and framework. Yes, those have to be aligned with what the broader national foreign policy framework stipulates. But we can't have a situation where this committee is reaching into the mandates of other spheres of government unnecessarily or potentially illegally, or doing the work of what the local committee in that particular municipality would be, the Committee on Economic Development for the city of Cape Town, for example, where I reside. It is their business to deal with what they determine is best in terms of twinning agreements, partnerships, trade. And I think we need to be careful as to where this committee tries to exert its mandates or its influence where it actually constitutionally is not or has no place. And that extends, Chair, and I'll use an example. We had the people-centered oversight mechanism in the Northwest at the beginning of this year. And I would say the majority of the concerns raised by residents actually had very little to do with DIRCO. There were concerns around immigration, which should be taken up with the Department of Home Affairs. There were concerns around labor policy and the minimum wage. That belongs in the ambit of the Department of Labor. I find it very difficult for our committee to engage in the people-centered oversight mechanism if we don't have clear parameters and frameworks that determine what is within the ambit of the DIRCO committee and DIRCO itself, and what rightly belongs in other departments. So I would request, Chair, that we just look at making sure that we do have a holistic approach to DIRCO insofar as it overlaps with other departments, but also being mindful and respectful of the oversight authorities within other spheres of government and certainly the mandates of those particular governments as well. And lastly, Chair, I just want to speak and bring this back to the national interest. Dr. Masters made a very, very, I think, pertinent point about the fact that diplomacy is for the long run. And I think there's an important lesson there for this committee to take going forward, is that we should not be bickering over short-term foreign policy decisions that are rooted in political tactic as opposed to what is in the long-term national interest for South Africa. It is not the responsibility of this committee to criticize the governments of foreign countries. We have no say in the democratic will of another nation with which we need to organize or renegotiate a trade agreement. What we need to do, and certainly where the art of diplomacy lies, is navigating the shifting sands internationally and making sure that South Africa gets the best possible deal as an emerging economy, as an African emerging economy, and looking at what, again, is in the best interests of the country. And I think a long-term strategy really is crucial here, because we are going through the growing pains of democracy through this coalition landscape. The future of South Africa is coalition governance. We need to be looking at best practice in other successful coalition countries, those that exist in the Nordic areas of Europe. Kenya is a very, very good example. There are many benchmarks that we need to look at on the continent and further abroad, where we can learn how parliamentary diplomacy within the coalition landscape can be better effected, and we can have far more effect, certainly this committee, learning from those examples set. And Chair, I would ask that we really look at, instead of having these discussions of ideology in the committee around foreign policy, but that we actually use real world and tangible examples to inform what we're trying to do. A trip to Nairobi, I think, would be highly beneficial. I do think that maybe going to Addis Ababa to look at the work of the AU would be very, very good. And more locally, even a trip to the Pan-African Parliament, I think, would give greater effect to the oversight that we are trying to achieve. Or even getting our various representatives at the Pan-African Parliament or the SADC Parliament to come to this committee from time to time to give us an update on the work or the matters being discussed at those particular levels, regionally and multilaterally. So, Chair, I just wanted to make those points, seeing as though this is a strategic, what was called a strategic committee. Those, I think, are the expectations from the DA from this committee in this term, and certainly going forward. I would like to see the minister come to committee, and I would expect him to appear here at least, and this really is giving him far more leeway, but I know that he has various international commitments, but at least once a month, he should come to this committee for us to quiz him. And in the absence of the minister, we actually need to have individual departments. We need to have the Department of Public Diplomacy come to Parliament. We need to have the disaster and risk assessment, for example, come to Parliament. We need to understand how documents are being apostilled and how that's being improved coming to Parliament. We as MPs receive various queries about those services that South Africans are reliant on, both within our borders and outside. And again, I do think that in terms of consular services and trade and industry, we need to have a joint sitting with Home Affairs and with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition as well. So that's my input, Chair. Thank you very much. And again, I'm very appreciative for the opportunity to go slightly early, and thank you to the Honourable Mhlongo, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Smith. Honourable Mhlongo, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone and yourselves once more. Chair, maybe let's begin by congratulating the People's Republic of China under the decisive leadership of President Xi Jinping for their for having successfully hosted the 2025 Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, which really represents a new beacon of hope for the Global South, I might say. And we must take this opportunity, Chair, to really pass our condolences and wish speedy recovery to the people of Afghanistan on the devastating earthquake that has occurred in the country of Afghanistan, and that has left more than 1,000 people deceased and over 3,000 people injured and over 5,400 houses completely destroyed, and a lot of people who are now homeless and displaced, when we know that Afghanistan was still trying to recover from the war that they had with America, with the United States, and they were still trying to recover from that. And maybe we must also, Chair, in the same breath, really pass our solidarity and pledge our unwavering solidarity with the people of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela as they face the U.S. that has now sent warships at their doorstep, seeking to undermine the sovereignty of the people of Venezuela. And we know the destruction that the United States leaves when they declare war on any country. Now, back at home, Chair, I was listening to Mr. Monyela going through the presentation. In his presentation, he says that foreign policy of South Africa continues to be driven by one, promotion of human rights. Now, I wonder where do we then really promote human rights, and with our stance of a non-aligned stance, Mr. Monyel? Firstly, I'm talking because one is the issue of Israel. The Sixth Parliament passed a resolution to cut all diplomatic ties with Israel. To this day, the embassy of Israel here in Pretoria is still there, run by a church defense, and the trade office that they have in Johannesburg is still there and in full operation. But we are speaking about human rights. As South Africa, we've taken the genocidal Israel to the ICJ for their crimes that they've against humanity they've committed in Gaza. So really, when do we then begin to implement these resolutions? Because from where I stand, it looks like we're speaking in a forked tongue. And also, we have relations with the Kingdom of Eswatini, but we say that our foreign policy is driven by a commitment to the promotion of democracy. There's no democracy in the Kingdom of Eswatini. It's the last remaining monarch in Africa. And political activists continue to be banished and be living here in South Africa in exile. So really, I want to understand, how do we implement this foreign policy that we're talking about, yet there's this situation we're confronted with? And Chair, from the presentation, it looks like our ambassadors all over the world, they are burdened with a lot of work that they do. They have to do bilateral work, economic diplomacy, have to do tourism work, and identifying potential investors, and doing a lot of work alone. Chair, I think previously, just before we're dealing with the budget, we raised this point, Chair. I think almost all members of this committee agreed that we really need trade attachés in our missions. And trade attachés must not be forwarded by trade and industry. We even propose that this role should be given to DERCO, so that it becomes our strategy in all these countries, and ensuring that all our embassies, our staff complement includes a trade attaché, to ensure that we leverage on the bilateral relations we have with the different countries, in order to ensure that economic diplomacy becomes a priority for us. But if you check, Chair, majority of our embassies, we still do not have trade attachés. So that's really a problem, Chair. I hope we can resolve it in this financial year, and really have a better way forward on how to ensure that DERCO plays in that space of ensuring that we have trade attachés, instead of only relying on Department of Trade and Industry. Now, when you look at the annual targets of the department, of the department, it's just numbers, Chair, but it's not speaking to deals. Like if you say, the annual target is 60 economic diplomacy activities and initiatives undertaken. Initiatives, what do they, and activities, do they materialize into something? Do they materialize in trade deals being signed? And if so, let's break down that the 60 activities, the target that the department is planning for. Let it be broken down by the regions, that it's Africa, maybe the target for Africa is 20, and the target for Europe is 10, target for Asia is 25. Let it be broken down into the different parts of the regions, so that we know that, okay, we're expecting to have 20 economic activities coming from Asia. We're expecting this from Europe. We're expecting this from the Caribbeans and the Americans. We're expecting, so that we know which there's proper direction. It's not like you get invited and ministers get to travel, and then we are now counting those as the 60 activities that we have as a target for the department. Let's get a full breakdown, Chair, but also let it materialize into something. Let's not do it as a tick box exercise. If the activity happened, a minister, a deputy minister went to China for a working visit, let it bring or materialize into results. Let's see that visit, this visit of this minister from agriculture, from trade and industry. With that visit, there was this trade agreement that was signed between the two countries, and this is how we're moving and how does it benefit us as South Africa. I think it also brings us down to what we've always said in this committee, that at least, I think, Chair, you were amicable that at least in a quarter, or in a monthly basis, in fact, we should be having the different departments, trade and industry, and any other department that has signed any trade agreements with any country, coming to our committee to present to us how those trade agreements are of beneficial to us, because we, in any trade bilateral work that they do, it must first and foremost prioritize our interests excuse me, as South Africa. Now, when we go to the focus is Africa, we're happy that the focus is Africa. You want to promote greater peace, security, and stability on the continent. I'm just worried, Chair, about how we're going to promote that greater peace, security, and stability when just next door at our doorstep, there's the crisis in Cabo Delgado, and I have not actively seen the department or the minister or even the country, the president as the head of international relations of our country, saying anything about the continuing crisis here in Cabo Delgado in Mozambique. And we have withdrawn, we know we have withdrawn from DRC, but we want to promote greater peace, security, and stability. How is that going to work? But also, Chair, I think we must say that on behalf of the EFF, we really feel that the UN Security Council must be reformed to reflect Africa's significance, with permanent African, to have permanent African representation and veto powers in the UN Security Council. For us, this is very critical because it ensures that the African voices are not sidelined in global decision-making processes, and has historically, which has always been historically the case. I'll give for an example. We could, as South Africa, we could play a greater role in resolving the conflict between Ukraine and sorry, Ukraine and Russia. But we don't have veto powers in the UN Security Council. So our inputs and our opinions and the work that we do really at the global scale is insignificant, because where most decisions are taken, we are not represented as Africa. We do not have those veto powers that really should represent the African continent. And we also believe that the UN should play a minimum role in African affairs in such a way that the AU must be the one that must be charged with ensuring peacekeeping missions in the African continent, so that we ensure that issues of peacekeeping mission in Africa are placed in the African hands, and we don't give that responsibility to someone, because African problems require African solution. I think the example of Rwanda and DRC is a critical example. Rwanda and DRC, they went all the way to Qatar to sign a peace agreement and whatnot. And look at where it is today. Look at what has happened. It's evidence again that African problems require African solutions. It's only us as Africans who can resolve our problems, not anybody else. Now, let's welcome the key developments in the IRF Amendment Bill. And we hope when this process and the bill is finally passed in Parliament and signed into law by the President, we look with keen interest on who gets to be appointed as the CEO, and ensuring that we don't have a person who's got a history of misusing taxpayers' money somewhere else, and not a comrade who's recycled or running away from somewhere else, another municipality or another department. Now, Chair, you will remember when we were going through the appropriation bill for budget vote 6, we had raised the issue that the budget allocated for DERCO is not enough. And you had the minister who went to defend the allocation there in Parliament when we're saying this thing, that this budget that is allocated to DERCO, it is not enough. Now you have the department coming to say that they've got a problem because 60% of the allocated budget is spread abroad, and it then gets to be affected by exchange rate fluctuation and main currencies. Now, this is something that was raised here in the committee, was also raised in Parliament when Budget Vote 6 was being passed. But now it's coming back, and now it's a clear indication that there's no significant budget allocated increase for the department. The increase is only for Program 4, which we all know it's meant for G20 related activities. Now, with the G20 related activities, Mr. Monyer, I think we've had 87 summits so far out of the 137 or so scheduled summits that must still take place. I'm really interested. What are the tangible results that these 87 summits have brought for us as South Africa and the region and the continent of Africa? I'm really interested if you can point to us that these are the tangible results that we have so far. These are the things that has materialized for us in the 87 summits that we've hosted so far. Because for me, that's something that we should have be able to play an oversight role, not play an oversight role by next year when the G20 president is now with another country. We should be playing a role now, because I tell you, just yesterday, we had a colloquium. The chair can confirm a lot of people, a lot of our stakeholders still do not have the necessary information how they can participate and partake in this G20 summit, how they can play a meaningful role, how do they access information. Our people still don't have enough information. If you check the 87 summits that have held out of the 137 or so summits that are scheduled in total, it means more than 60% of the work has happened. What are the results? I'm really interested in the results. What are the tangible results for our people? How then do we salvage the remaining 3 months of this G20 president to ensure that ordinary citizens receive the necessary information, SMMEs receive the necessary attention, information that they require in order for them to participate in this G20 president and to benefit from it? Maybe you can enlighten us, Mr. Munyen. Then on the issue of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Chair, I think we have spoken many times before. We need Home Affairs to form part and come to this committee to explain to us how are they implementing this African Continental Free Trade Area. Because why? The African Continental Free Trade Area speaks of ensuring free movement of people and business persons in the African continent. And we know for a fact there's still African countries that require visa to come to South Africa. There's African countries that require visas from South Africans to visit their countries, whether on official state visit, whether on business visit, whether on a study visa or whatnot. So we need to see how this African Continental Free Trade is being implemented by our Home Affairs, which manages or mans our borders in the country, so that we can see if are we moving to the right direction or we're not. So we still plead with you, Chair. We must, by end of the strategic planning of our committee, have proposed a date or how or strategy on how we're going to meet the different departments that are implementing foreign policy on behalf of the country, to have them to come to account here. Perhaps it's time you wrote a letter to the chair of chairs and the speaker, and we get a go-ahead from them that these other sister departments that are implementing foreign policy on a monthly basis will be called. We can even meet them on their schedule, Chair. We don't have to be tied that it's every Wednesday, the day which is scheduled for our committee. I think all of us, we can be flexible because it's something that we're all interested in knowing, to accommodate the different departments to come to account to us on implementation of foreign policy. Dr. Mthembu mentioned the issue of transport that is very important and impacts whether positive or negative, in how we implement our foreign policy and our economic diplomacy. If you check, Chair, the number of trucks on the roads on the N4, whether it's from N4 from Gauteng to Mpumalanga or from Mpumalanga to Gauteng, the N1 Limpopo to Gauteng, Gauteng to Limpopo, and the N3 between Gauteng and Durban is a frustration for motorists. And many a times it is alleged all motorists are blaming the number of trucks on our roads, that they contribute significantly on the road accidents that our country sees on a daily basis or on a monthly basis. So we need transport to also be invited to our committee to show us how they ensure that they play a significant role in ensuring that our transport system is able to meet the demands of the African continental free trade area. And Chair, it's if you can look at an airline like Ethiopia Airline, if there was no Ethiopia Airline, traveling between the African states was going to become a nightmare, because SAA was withdrawn in many of the African routes that they operate. That is something that we need transport to come and account for. Now, the biggest player there in that market is now the Ethiopian airline. We must really congratulate them on that and salute them on the work that they do. Maybe there's something we can learn from them and try to implement here at home. I think there was one report where DERCO was trying to learn how the Ethiopian Airlines operate and so forth, on how we can also use it to capture the markets. And lastly, Chair, on the parliamentary diplomacy and oversight that must be played by us, Chair, let's have it on record. Speak to the right to the speaker, right to the chairperson, chair of chairs, Mr. Frolik. Let's ensure that we have a commitment, and it's a standing item that on a monthly basis, once a month, our committee is allowed to invite different departments that are implementing international foreign policies to come and account on the work that they do, and that trade and industry gives us report on a monthly basis on the different regions, Africa, Asia, Europe, West, everywhere, on how we are leveraging our bilateral agreements that we have with the different regions in the different continents. How are we leveraging to promote economy of our country, to ensure that we get either direct investment or other forms of investment, and how are we doing in terms of exporting and importing products and services either out of South Africa or in South Africa, and how are we playing or how are we faring in comparison with our counterparts in the global space. We know China is up there. It's number one in terms of trade exports. How are we faring, and how are we going to ensure that we keep up with our counterparts in the global space, in ensuring that South Africa becomes a global big player in terms of export as well, Chair? We're pleading with you. That's a proposal we're making, Chair, and we're pleading with this committee to support those proposals, so that at least we must have it a part of the program of the committee, so that we don't sit here waiting and thinking, hey, maybe soon it's going to come. And I want to agree with the fact that we don't have the minister coming to this committee to report to us. We need a minister to come and account. We accept sometimes he sends the deputy ministers, but we are really interested in having the minister himself in this committee. Our committee most of the time is virtual, Chair. We are willing to accommodate his schedule. If he's traveling, we know he's always traveling most of the time. We're willing to accommodate that and have the committee virtually for him to account and not use the fact that he's traveling as a scapegoat that we then get the deputy minister. But also, we last time we said that we need senior officials of the department to be at all meetings. Chair, if you are following our committee, and you are a person who's not well informed on political developments of the country, one will not be wrong if they were to assume that Dr. Mthembu is the minister of DERCO. Time and again, the person who's here in our committee making presentations, giving us more information, enlightening to us, giving us information that is very, very helpful is Dr. Mthembu. So if you're a person who's not well informed with political development, one will not be blamed if they were to assume Mr. Mthembu is either the Minister of International Relations or he's a DG at DERCO. We hardly have DERCO in our meetings, and all the presentations that we get from different stakeholders like Salo and them, you don't hear DERCO coming after also making their inputs and contributions. If they are here, I think they just log in just to listen. They don't care about the proceedings. They don't care to give their position as DERCO and how they are doing the work. So it must come to an end, Chair. We must have DERCO here, and every meeting, it should be illegal that we have DERCO here and they don't say anything. They don't help to answer the questions and respond to some of our challenges that we're raising with them. DERCO should always be here to answer and take responsibility for the department that they are leading. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Minister Philani Mthembu, we welcome you. Hey, I like what Mhlongo has just said. Honorable Mhlongo, thank you very much for that lighter note. I think it's quite telling, yes, what you were saying. I just want to remind the members that before we went on recess, we discussed the matter of the frequency of the appearance physically of the minister himself with the DG and others before the portfolio committee, and there was an agreement. And that letter was sent to the minister. So I'm just saying members should know that that decision was taken a long time ago. It was communicated, and in this quarter is going to be implemented as decided. Honorable Kumbacha.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to yourself and all the honorable members and the members from DERCO. Chairperson, mine is firstly to welcome and acknowledge all the reports which were presented to us this morning. And then just cite a few things. Mine won't be long because I think some of the things we've been articulating them in our previous meetings, especially towards the department. But okay, let me for the department, I just want to just note a few things in the budget presentation or segment of the presentation. So I've noted that the department's total budget, reflects only a marginal increase of about, I think, 8 or 7 million, which is a very modest growth when we consider that we're expanding demands on our foreign policy budgets. So I think something they need to look on, especially with everything and the changes that are coming in a very swift manner. So they really need to look into that. And then Program 4 has understandably increased because of the G20 activities which have been cited. But I think given the scale of this responsibility, I think it is important that we monitor closely how these resources are utilized to ensure that the country's developmental priorities and the voice of the global south are advanced in these platforms. So I think as the committee, we really need to see how these, we need to get a sense of how these resources were utilized or find a monitoring mechanism to check that. Another thing I wanted to cite, Chair, is that there's a concern. Another concern is that the department's high exposure to exchange rate fluctuations, with a large portion of its budget is spent abroad. So this poses like a significant risk, to the stability of the department spending. So, but I do acknowledge that there are engagement with the National Treasury, but we need to perhaps explore longer-term strategies, to protect the department against any deficiencies which they might be exposed to because of this. And also another thing, if our missions abroad are weakened, our ability to champion our priorities and Africa's priorities and protect the citizens of our and protect the interests of our citizens abroad will be undermined. So we really need to look at that strategy, and hopefully the department will give us an update on the engagements with the national treasuries on this budget spent abroad, Chair. And then we've been talking constantly about, the compensation of employees' budget, which remains a key challenge. So I understand that the department is highly dependent on its personnel to carry out its mandate. But while this is understandable, it raises questions about how we strike the right balance between human resource and other operational requirements. And also we need to know, even, our diplomats are the front line of, our South Africa's soft power, and trade promotion, etc. So I think we need to get a sense of, okay, this is the budget for our employees and it's spent much on that, but we need to know the work of our diplomats, rather, to ensure that, trade promotion exists, and, and what measures are being taken to strengthen our foreign policy posture abroad. So I think just to highlight that, I think it's very important that we know, even though we know that a huge portion of the budget is spent on employees, but we need to get a sense of our diplomats abroad and the work they are conducting, so that we have a balance between the compensation and also the work. Okay. So so we just need to also monitor, and have a close oversight on how these budgetary pressures affect the department's ability to deliver on its mandate. I know it's been presented, but it needs to be very clear, about where there are red flags because of this matter, and we must just be developmental just in our approach, especially even when we consider the challenges that come with our budgetary constraints. And then moving from the department, Chair, the second presentation, or rather the third, on the parliamentary diplomacy. I think firstly, you have emphasized, Chair, the people-centered diplomacy. And I fully concur that it's very important that we not only explore but ensure that it's implemented in various ways, and ensure that we adopt a monitoring mechanism to monitor its implementation. I think parliamentary diplomacy must be anchored in economic diplomacy. At a time when global competition is intensifying, as South Africa, we cannot afford to treat diplomacy as purely a political exercise. So I think every parliamentary delegation should be equipped to promote South Africa as an investment destination, and advocate for fairer trade rules and build networks that can open doors for South African businesses, particularly the marginalized and Black-owned SMEs and enterprises in emerging sectors, like the digital and green economy. But in closing, Chair, I think if parliamentary diplomacy is to be effective, we must move from speeches, and just talking. We must make sure it's developmental in character. It needs to put the people at the center and advance their voice. And drive for inclusive economic growth. Inclusive economic growth must not end on paper and on speeches. We need to ensure that it becomes a reality for everyone. And I think this is how, as South Africa, we can transform parliamentary diplomacy, into a strategic instrument, that will build, a better South Africa, and ensure that that everyone is, and ensure that we build a better life for all, Chair. So from my side, that is that from me at this point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumbacha. Honorable members, just before we give Professor Masters and Dr. Mthembu an opportunity to, okay, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair, I will not be doing justice if I will not take this opportunity and thank Mr. Munyela for always being responsive, Chair, when we always give him calls, telling him of our people who are frustrated in the different parts of the world. He's always very responsive, including the acting ambassador that we have in Russia and our staff in New York that is time and again assisting our people who find themselves in distress all over the world. Thank you, Mr. Monyela. Please continue taking our calls and helping our people. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Continue doing the good job, Ntate Mnyela. I don't think members are giving awards to the fish for swimming. So we congratulate you for continuing to do that work. I was saying, honorable members, that based on what Dr. Mthembu and Professor Masters have said, it may be important for us to ask the department to explore a study which will look at whether the time has not arrived for us to restructure our embassies and missions based on what the department has been saying, including this morning, of resource constraints. It is projected that the South African economy will not grow by more than 2% in the next 6 years. And the other 5 years beyond the next 6 years, it is unlikely to surpass 2.5%. What does this mean? Among other things, it means because inflation is going high, it means that the allocations to various departments, including DERCO, in monetary terms, it will dwindle. It also means that DERCO will be constrained to achieve all these strategic objectives we expect it to achieve, which were emphasized here by Professor Masters and the doctor. So we are likely to cut corners going forward on global matters of importance because of resource constraints. We don't have control over variables like the behavior of other exchange currencies of the other countries that we are trading with. We don't have control over what may emerge in terms of instability globally, economically and politically. We don't have control on the levels of foreign reserves, which we keep, which somehow contribute to the strengthening or the weakening of our currency. So, I want to suggest that we must suggest to DERCO that because of this bleak scenario of the economy, and because of us not succeeding to convince the National Treasury to increase the purse within DERCO, it might be necessary for DERCO to do a study of doing a review, and that review of our missions, at the center of it must be the reduction of missions with an objective of using less resources anchored on technology to achieve more than what we are achieving currently with the budget that we have. I'll make an example. If we were to say to DERCO that part of the study must look at the regions of the world, which is Africa, Middle East, Europe, Latin America, East Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia. That's 8. And then you add the strategic economic partners like Russia. You add the USA, the EU, India, UAE specifically. It will give us 14, which means that South Africa globally will have, on average, not more than 15 missions globally. And then look at the resources at our disposal from a financial perspective and say, even if the pest doesn't increase, we have the advent of technology that we can use to, how do we increase the skills of those who are going to be deployed in these offices, which will be a reduced number, to be mini machines that do work on behalf of the South African people. 3, looking at improving relations among the departments so that you basically have one entry point wherever in the world to talk to South Africa. Then individual countries, how we relate with them can, on the basis of technology, it can be on the basis of from sometimes convening face-to-face interactions. It can be on the basis of them understanding that we are under resource constraints, and that's why we are adopting the approach that we are adopting. We've got universities that are working with us and research institutions. I'm sure they can assist in that regard. If that's the first proposal. The second one is that we ourselves as a portfolio committee on behalf of Parliament, we can work with universities to pursue this proposal. But also, DERCO in Pretoria has to work for 24 hours. So that it's not Tatemunyela who gets to be accessed. But there's institutionalization of how we work 24 hours to work with the rest of the world, with governments, with individuals, with corporations, and so on and so forth. And bring in efficiency and speed in what we do. So I suggest that those are some of the things we need to be looking at so that we don't repeat the same thing. You know, for the last 81 years, we've been saying, hey, maybe we must increase the budget. The budget is not increasing. Inflation is making it worse. So it's not going to happen, honorable members, because the economy is not performing well. We don't know. I mean, there was a global recession in the last 2 decades. We don't know whether the third cycle of the global economic recession is coming and how it's going to affect us. So it will be better to work more strategically. The professor was saying we must do strategic work, and I think we need to try and explore that so that it can be debated. The perspective can be debated in Parliament through the Portfolio Committee. South Africans can make inputs, whether we shouldn't be moving faster to make sure that we reduce these embassies and we work much more strategically. It doesn't mean that if you don't have a physical building called embassy in Zambia, you can't work with the people of Zambia when you look at current developments in as far as technology is concerned. Honorable Musa, you raised your hand very late. So I'm going to give you an opportunity. You can speak, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Apologies for raising my hand a bit late, but I totally agree with you, Chairperson, that we have to restructure, and I think our inputs from most of the members are extremely valuable. I'm mostly covered by most of it. So, but I think from my perspective, as Parliament has agreed, I just wanted to get more clarity on the issue of the Israel embassy that the Parliament has agreed to close. So independents dictate that it is important as our committee to stand strong by our decisions, and in order to implement rather than agreeing without implementation. So I think in the best interest of justice and the rights of human lives not being vulnerable at the rate it is presently in Palestine, in Gaza, the right to self-determination needs to be preserved. And we need to consider that during the apartheid era, we were protected and supported by the Palestinians. So I think we need to preserve that principle and reciprocate appropriately and expeditiously. And what has happened recently is that we don't need a budget for closing the embassy of Israel. So that is my inputs, Honorable Chairperson, and I hope that our committee can, assist with ensuring that this comes to fruition in terms of the Israel embassy being closed. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Musa. Yes, you are right. So I'm proceeding, Honorable Members. The second point I wanted to make is there's a point made by Honorable Smith which suggests that the Portfolio Committee is wrong in wanting to involve ordinary people on the ground on matters of international relations because we're encroaching on constitutional powers of municipalities. And he made an example of the Cape Metro. It's actually unconstitutional, honorable members. We have been, for the last 31 years, we've actually been short-circuiting the people of South Africa. When you look at our responsibility in as far as matters of international relations are concerned. I'm in Ward 12 here in Mafikeng as I speak to you. I can tell you now that if I'm to walk into the street here and call my neighbors and say, let's have dinner today together, let's talk about how Parliament is working with you here in the street. Firstly, to bring awareness to you on trade agreements that South Africa has, how those trade agreements are contributing to the betterment of your lives, to the reduction of your poverty, of inequality, of unemployment, how you can use the trade agreements that are existing for yourselves to get into entrepreneurship and contribute to the growth of the economy. The people will say, no, we don't know anything about those trade agreements. So Honorable Smith is suggesting that the people must remain uninformed of these opportunities that exist because we are encroaching on powers of municipalities. In South Africa, Honorable Smith, there is Intergovernmental Framework Act. Everything that is done in as far as the different spheres of government are concerned on how they relate is captured as a consequence of what is in the Constitution on how the spheres of government must cooperate among themselves. Its elaboration is in the Intergovernmental Framework Act. Therefore, the committee is very right to say every ward in South Africa working under the auspices of the Speaker of a municipality must have someone who will help coordinate matters of international relations, firstly to educate people, about matters of international relations, to raise awareness about matters of international relations, and for people on the ground to be able to influence the work that we do and to enhance that work that we do as a portfolio committee, for instance, on doing oversight on the executive. The people must be able to say, we don't think that you as the portfolio committee are holding the executive in the form of DERCO sufficiently accountable on the following issues. And they must say, you as the portfolio committee, we want you on our behalf to raise these matters with DERCO. And currently people don't have that channel. It has not been there for the last 31 years. And I don't think this portfolio committee is going to be one that is going to be embedded in status quo. The status quo of the last 31 years is that we must be parochial on how we deal with matters of international relations. We have gone to 4 provinces and everybody, all of them, have said we welcome this initiative. And you have a member here coming and having gone with us, all of us here were together. You come to the meeting of the portfolio committee and you say, what we are doing, we are encroaching on the powers of municipalities. And I think you are wrong there, Honorable Smith. And I just thought that matter must not be left unattended, because there are members of the public who are following the proceedings of this portfolio committee here today. And we don't want those members to live with an impression that we as the portfolio committee are encroaching on the powers of local government. We have invited provincial government to be part of us through the offices of the Speaker. We invited the local governments to be there. They were there. We've spoken to Salga, the traditional leaders. Everybody's happy and saying, for the first time, now we know that I can begin to dwell into what is the trade agreement between South Africa and India, and how can I exploit that when I'm staying in a township in Khayelitsha. So the best thing for us to do actually is to intensify that. We can't reverse that, and because some people feel that we are encroaching on matters of local government. And we have never said any municipality must not continue to have their own relations with whoever they want to relate with all over the world, as long as that is done in line with the framework of the Constitution and the relevant policies. There's no problem at all with that. The last matter that I want to raise, because it's not up to the experts to respond to it, it's this matter of foreign relations. Now, I just want to quote what the Constitution says here. South African Constitution assigns ultimate responsibility for foreign policy to the president, full stop. It goes on to say the president has the power to appoint ambassadors, conduct state-to-state relations. However, the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation is responsible for formulating, executing, and daily management of foreign policy. Crucially, for an international agreement to bind South Africa, it must be approved by both the National Assembly and the NCOP. This is the matter I raised earlier when we opened here. And I said, as the portfolio committee, before we leave tomorrow, we need to get clarity from our legal and our research people who work for Parliament on the trade agreements that we have signed on our behalf by the president, and how many of them were indeed approved, as the Constitution says, by both the NCOP and Parliament. So that based on that empirical evidence, we can then make a decision on it. So the outcomes of South Africa's elections, which have necessitated a coalition government, will not change this part of the Constitution. Never. It will not change. It will continue to remain as it is, unless two things happen. There's a constitutional amendment suggested, which must happen as a consequence of proposal, then consultation with the people of South Africa, then voted for by the required majority in terms of the constitution in parliament. If we amend the constitution, yes, no problem. Because the constitution cannot be amended because there's an agreement among some political parties that they are going to work together to exercise power within the executive arm of the state. So I want to say to honorable members who seem to be confused about this part that what you need to do is to go back to your parties and say to your parties that are involved in the executive arm of the coalition government and the executive, negotiate better in your negotiations, negotiate better so that we kill this matter here. It doesn't belong here, honorable members. This matter of here international relations, it must be understood that is no longer the complete purview of the president because there's coalition and so on. Doesn't belong here. It belongs elsewhere. And I will urge that as politicians, we use the right platform to try and pursue that matter so that we don't mislead the people of South Africa for the people of South Africa to then, some of them to begin to think that because you have got a coalition government in South Africa, therefore, parts of the constitution that deal with matters of international relations as a consequence have now been impacted upon and therefore have to be changed. So there's no such a thing. It doesn't exist unless we change the constitution. I just wanted to say those three things. The last one. Remember, honorable members, in the committee here, just before we went on recess, there was another critical decision we took. We said, and we have written to the speaker, we must write to the speaker to say the rules have to be amended. We must insert in the rules a new section that says, reports that come from DERCO reporting on international trade, which are a consequence of our relations based on agreements, must be tabled in Parliament on a quarterly basis. Then the speaker must refer them to the relevant committee, which is our committee. We went further and say, when they are referred to the committee, the rules must say, the committee must be obliged to take all those reports on international trade and other reports from DERCO down to the ground, to the grassroots, so that the grassroots can interrogate the reports. Then the committee must come back to the Parliament to table its report, debate the report, Parliament adopt the reports, then resolutions is taken by Parliament. That is a very powerful tool which we're introducing as the Portfolio Committee to make sure that trade that takes place benefits the people on the ground. So we are going to be using the rules to make sure that that happens. It was a decision taken by ourselves here in the committee. I will now give the doctor and the professor to deal with matters that they think they need to deal with. Over to you, Doc and Professor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members, for the questions and also just the comments that came. I'll sort of group them in just some that definitely stick out. I think it's definitely important. Perhaps let me start with one of the last points you made, Chair. You mentioned the importance of a review. A potential study looking at how we restructure our embassies and missions, especially given our economic challenges and the changing geopolitical environment, and that there's really a need for a comprehensive review, but also the need to harness technology that enables us to do more with less. I think this is something that's quite important. I mean, given the fact that we know that we're living in an uncertain geopolitical environment, we know that the economic challenges, our economy has not really grown to pre 2008 global financial crisis levels for a considerable amount of time. And there's been consistent calls, both amongst political parties, but also even within the department itself, to say there's a need to rethink our footprint. Now, it's really quite important because you'd rather have fewer but better equipped than spreading yourself too thin and without the necessary capabilities to actually get, the job done. And I think this is important. We have just over about 125 missions, around the world. And we need to ask ourselves hard questions. Which ones are an absolute must? And which ones absolutely need to be equipped with economic attaches, cultural attaches, and so forth? Which ones are just maintaining a political relationship? Which ones can we have that have regional representation rather than bilateral country-to-country representation? What we would be doing is not completely radical, and this is what countries are doing and have been doing for some time. So I think it is important that we ask ourselves, because you'd rather have, if you have 100 missions and all of them are capacitated at 30%, 40%, 50% of what they require, you'd rather have fewer, but that are actually capacitated at 80%, 100% of their requirements, but are able to do more in the countries they're based, but also in the regions that they operate. So this is absolutely important. I think it's also important, the idea that was mentioned before, the importance of having measurable outputs. So when we're thinking about the strategic plan at a department level, it's not just about saying this is how many meetings were attended, this is how many sort of trade promotion events were held, but it's important to then come back to the committee and say this is the outcome of some of that engagement. And in that sense, oversight becomes more dynamic. Because it's not just about being at the table, it's not just about being hosting an event, it's about the outcomes that are derived from that. We have to continue to ask ourselves, indeed, and this is an important part of the work of the committee, to say who is benefiting from our economic engagements. Is it those who already have access, or have we managed to grow the pie so that more small and medium enterprises are able to benefit from our international engagements? And this is absolutely important. So the transformation agenda has to play itself out even at a global level. And this means SMMEs have to be a central part of our economic diplomacy. And that also relates to even in the maritime space. I mean, there was the comment around fishing licenses, small actors struggling to get fishing licenses and so forth. And this is something that has to certainly be addressed. I think even when it comes to foreign sort of fishing vehicles, overfishing in some of our waters, this is a problem that extends beyond even South Africa, but to many African countries which struggle to monitor their ocean spaces and to monitor the overfishing that's taking place there. And I think South Africa, by capacitating its own relevant, the Navy, but other, the Air Forces and others, can also play a proactive role in working with other African countries to safeguard their own territorial waters against overfishing by foreign vehicles. We have to continue, obviously, to look at things like CBAM as a threat to our economy and how we are able to adjust in that regard, but also some of the protectionist measures that come from the US. And then I think even just in oversight, I mean, this is something that has been spoken about for a while, that because of the unique nature of the work of the committee, it's important that the committee is able to actually undertake even visits outside of the country. It has to be able to go, to an Addis Ababa. It has to be able to go to a New York. It has to be able to identify key missions around the world where oversight is required. And I think this is something that continues to be important for the work of the committee. It is not like other committees that whose oversight work is largely internal leaning. So that is something that is really, really important. On the national interest document, we definitely have to continue to engage on it because it is a framework document. It's not an actual national interest document. So it is important that the engagement continues both amongst political parties, but also with important stakeholders within society, so that we have a minimum sort of understanding of what constitutes South Africa's national interest. There might be differences in terms of the application thereof, in terms of how we pursue our national interest. But I think it's very important for a country like South Africa to have agreement across the board on what constitutes the national interest. And absolutely important to have even these joint sittings because of the unique nature of the work of the committee, to be able to speak with other committees, but also even other ministries through joint sittings. And then also, I think it's just a matter of, I think there were points made around our ambassadors being overburdened, not equipped with the necessary staff. And I think that goes again to the point the chair was saying around evaluating our missions, but also the point around the role of Home Affairs and other departments in ensuring the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area is absolutely important. We hear in some of our engagement from South African companies struggles around even bringing, key potential foreign investors into South Africa, simply because they're not able to access visas on time to travel into the country. We experience that ourselves as a foreign policy think tank, where we invite experts from across the world, and it's much easier to invite experts from Europe, from the US, than it is to even invite experts in some of our own countries within the African continent, despite the fact that we position our foreign policy as Africa-centric. So that gap needs to close in terms of how we position ourselves rhetorically and the operationalization thereof. And Home Affairs plays a key role in that regard. With that being said, it's not about necessarily having a free-for-all. Of course, we enforce border management and so forth, but it's much easier when you're able to, to process the movement of people. Because when we're talking about the Continental Free Trade Area, you can't say there's a free movement of goods, a free movement of services. Who moves the goods? Who moves the services? We need to ask ourselves some of those questions and about the strategic importance of integrating this economy not just at a national level, but also at a regional level. It obviously has to be done in line with our constitutional framework, with our domestic laws, and so forth. But I think strategically, we can only benefit from greater regional integration, especially in terms of navigating a fragmented geopolitical landscape. Chair, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Pelani. Yes, I think some of the key points that the committee has picked up are the need for oversight, the need for measurability, and to ensure that what the actions and the implementation of South Africa's foreign policy is in the benefit of South Africa's citizens. And I think this is where the committee has a vital role to play in democratizing South Africa's foreign policy. It is a gap. As constitutionally, the executive is the head of foreign policy. DIRCO is in charge of implementation, but Parliament has a key role in bringing the voice, in bringing that democratic element to South Africa's foreign policy, to ensure that the voice is heard, so that it informs foreign policy action, which then can in turn inform benefits back to South Africa's people. There was actually a survey done on South Africans' perceptions of foreign policy, and it was done quite a while ago. I think it was done around 2010. And I think this is a useful process, especially considering the committee's reaching out to grassroots and to various people. It's in a very good position to be able to engage with people at the grassroots, to ask the questions, what do the people want out of South Africa's foreign policy? It's a funny thing. Foreign policy tends to be seen as this elite thing that's very distant, that the minister and that they should be responsible for it. But if you think about it, actually, foreign policy is a public policy. It's a policy just as much as there are trade policies, as education policies, as health policies, which are all negotiated and engaged with in line and for the people. So to disregard foreign policy as something different and not as a public policy that it is, I think is a disservice, and something that Parliament, I think, is central to picking up on. And this is also leading to the discussion about engagement. Parliament sits at a critical juncture. It sits between the people and it sits between the executive. And engagement is already being had with the people, the outreach. It is being sought for the multi-stakeholder environment that foreign policy is. So reaching out to departments, reaching out to academia, to business, to NGOs is an important role in positioning and shaping Parliament's role within this democratic foreign policy. But the importance between the people and the executive, and this has come out in the discussions, that Parliament should and is part of the process on that executive oversight, implementation oversight, and the need to engage further. I know busy schedules, as people have mentioned, but there is an importance in being able to directly engage on foreign policy processes. And this is important. I mean, we talked about that's peace and security. We've talked about the blue economy. A key element that hasn't been mentioned that is increasingly part of South Africa's foreign policy priorities, which we haven't really mentioned today, is the fourth industrial revolution. And again, thinking about what those measurable outputs, what is it that the fourth industrial revolution and engaging on that means, and what resources are being utilized, and what is coming back to South Africa. And this is critical around technology, emerging technologies, but also for South Africa, the scramble for rare earth materials, discussions around access, around benefits to people, technology that is potentially bypassing developing countries. And yet they are the source of rare earth materials where a new scramble is happening. So it's important to be having these discussions and conversations around that. I think there's a point about promoting our foreign policy positions, being consistent, having a South African voice, a South African foreign policy that is consistent when we're coming to human rights, when we're talking about democracy, when we're talking about international law commitments. Bringing that to our engagements, whether that's multilateral and the G20, are we emphasizing these core principles and priorities at the G20? Are we engaging with parliaments in Southern Africa in supporting and engaging on these values and principles? In terms of working with DIRCO, there was, I'm not sure how active it is at the moment, there was or is a parliamentary liaison office that DIRCO has, which may be an opportunity for greater cooperation, coordination, and engagement, as well as, and I think this is a key element of oversight, as well as parliamentary diplomacy, that parliamentarian MPs are included in some of these delegations, in some of these negotiations, not only bringing the voice of South Africans to climate change negotiations, to finance and trade negotiations, but also to be part of that as oversight with colleagues from DIRCO and other departments, whether that's DTIC or whether that's environmental affairs, to be participant in bringing that parliamentary diplomacy element. I think I will leave it there, but if there are any questions, you are welcome to contact me.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much for agreeing to be with us here today. It was indeed an important engagement, and thanks for your insight on these particular matters. You are welcome to continue to be with us, or if you want to attend to other matters of your work, you can also do so. That applies also to you, Dr. Mthembu. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you as our partner going forward, at least until 2029, when we are still here in the House. So thank you very much. Honorable members, we will now take Ndate Sipho Mantula. It is the last presentation today from the Thabo Mbeki School of Governance, which is based at UNISA. And Ndate Mantula,
thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members of the committee and to my fellow intellectuals that have been presented. Chair, maybe quickly before I pick up on the issues that they were raising, which they link with my contribution to this important session, which I think it is able to navigate and shape our foreign policy of Ubuntu, the diplomacy of Ubuntu, be building a better Africa and a better world. Chair, you will recall the NDP chapter 7, as we are talking about foreign representation. The issue of the audit of our foreign representation, it is a must in terms of what are those missions benefiting us on. That is one point. That it is a must, Chair, that we need to do that audit, that you cannot have more missions that they are not benefiting the country. The second aspect on public diplomacy, I thought that we will recall that there was a council of international relations. That was a NGO type of what we'll call the non-state actors platform. And that should be revived also, because that also assists us to reposition South Africa in the continent, as well as globally and to give people a public understanding. And you are correct that people tend to think foreign policy deals with foreign matters when actually it also gets into domestic issues and domestic matters. I think if I have to go into my submission and presentation in this important meeting, Chair, it is also important that the basis of our engagement might be to say, how do we navigate our foreign policy beyond 2029 and beyond this, the arrangement that we have of the GNU of post-2024 elections. And you are correct, Chair, when you have said that nothing will have changed Section 84 of our Constitution in terms of the presidential powers, in terms of appointing ambassadors. But also equally what is important, I think, Chair, is the role, the oversight and accountability that this committee plays. This committee plays a key role, Chair, that is not only to DIRCO, but also to play foresight, oversight to all government departments who have the word international relations desk or directorate. It's very important, Chair, that we are able to can safeguard that. This session also is held based on the annual performance plan of the department, but also one was thinking, Chair, that we're only left with 4 years of our national development plan. We need to be thinking ahead of 2055 to say 30 years from now, where is our national development plan on issues of international relations? You look at Agenda 2050 of the SADC, you look at Agenda 2063, they are very important, as well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals on climate change when you look at 2030. But one looks, Chair, that it is important as we are looking at the foreign policy and we look at the power of the Ubuntu as a soft power. I think we will tend to undermine that when we moved from African Renaissance of the Mafikian Congress of the ruling party in 1997, we moved to 2009 to move to Ubuntu. We took a drastic step to say that, how do we understand this concept in terms of international solidarity? How do we understand it linked to what my colleague, Dr. Pilar Mthembu, spoke about in national interest, vis-a-vis what I will also call global interest? What are the global interests in this unipolar world that we are living in, that South Africa is facing? Because we are facing a global onslaught on unipolar by the Western countries, particularly the US, and there is the call for the multipolar system. And I think our foreign policy must start to gravitate towards also developing African foreign policy theories, because I think we have been trapped on international theories, on international relations. And that is why we have a disconnect with our ordinary communities when we have to explain what is foreign relations or what is international relations and cooperation. The issue of the national interest, Chair, I will cover on it because it is very important that it is in the diplomacy of Ubuntu that when we talk of national interest, there will be many debates, and we need to zoom into it, considering the current situation we are in of the government of national unity. Also taking a cue from the 1994 government of national unity also that raises the issues of promotion of human rights, the just and humane equitable world order, the issue of peace and security, very important, and economic justice. I think these are very important issues. When Prof was talking about industrial revolution, Chair, what ran into my mind was that before the fourth, we are actually in need of the first industrial revolution of agricultural revolution globally and in the continent. Be that as it may, Chair, when one looks at the submission of post-1994 and towards 2030 of our NDP, it is important that we look at Chapter 7 of the NDP, that did we achieve what the National Planning Commission said about grounding our foreign policy? And I think it has raised an important issue on, members of the committee. we cannot ignore shaping our foreign policy on 4 issues, which I will say is political, it's security, it's environment, and it's economic and regional cooperative dynamics. These are the dynamics that defines the 21st century international affairs. And as we move towards the 22nd century, I want to emphasize on some of the issues that came from our national development plan, what must be done. And it is important when we look, Chair, that we need to move beyond 2030. And moving beyond 2030, it is important that DIRCO and the committee strengthen its research capabilities in terms of looking at the issues that you were raising earlier, lamenting on our economic challenges that also suppresses our influence and our impact. We look at the question of the role of universities, the role of business community, the role of academic institutions and research think tankers in assisting our foreign policy. An important issue also is, how is this committee, as my colleague Dr. Pilani once in 2022 when he spoke to the 6th Parliament, spoke about what is the role of this committee on the debate of the national interest. It will go beyond just for them to play oversight, but to get into the nuts and bolts of saying, how do we articulate our foreign policy at both continental level and global level, and at the national level, what we call a domestic level. This framework, it is very important, Chair, on what must be done. And I think the National Planning Commission emphasized on 3 things. The issue of our national interest must be constantly, clearly articulated to the citizens and to the public servants and to our chief diplomats, including the diplomat-in-chief, which is the president and the minister who becomes the implementer, and the oversight committee, which is the committee that one is talking to today. The second aspect, Chair, our context as a country on African geopolitics. It's very important that the NDP emphasized on it, that we are part of the African continent and we need to understand our role in the geopolitics of the African continent, including what I will say African diaspora, which, Chair, I know in your sense it will be Caribbean and it will be Americas. The last part was our role globally, especially in the BRICS and in the multilateral relations, whether it's the Commonwealth, whether it's in the non-alignment movement, whether it's in the what we can call the G20. It is important that we can clear our role, and the National Development Plan emphasized on that there should be that study. And I think that study has not yet been clearly articulated or done, Chair, in terms of looking at scenarios beyond 2030, because we cannot be caught up with the issue of looking at 2030 when we are in 2029. We should be already looking at our foreign policy beyond 2029. Some of the issues, Chair, that I think are very important is to outline challenges that are facing South Africa also. How do they impact us in our engagement globally, continentally? I think issues of food security, water, energy, education, health, transport, national defense, security are issues that we can see that they are common thread when you look at other African countries or other European countries. But it is also important for us in our foreign policy, Chair, and in our strategic engagement, understand our role in these bodies I've mentioned, these multilateral bodies like the BRIC Plus, that we need to remind members that we were not part of the BRICS by mistake. There was India, Brazil, South Africa relation before. We should also understand our role in the WTO. We should also understand our role in the World Health Organization. Hence, we still find ourselves playing a role at the AU level on issues of pandemics and epidemics. That's how you see the role of South Africa, how it is understood. I think the third aspect, Chair, which I think it is very important also, is to understand what the former President Thabo Mbeki raised this issue of how we link our national interest, Chair, as a framework document to this multipolar world that is evolving. And we cannot undermine the negative role played by the US at this moment. And how do we deal with it in terms of safeguarding the African interest, safeguarding South African interest? And that's how it is important when one can recall that President Mbeki, former President Mbeki, raised even why our stance on human rights and international law is based even on our foreign policy, on issues of justice, solidarity, on the question of the Middle East. You'll also, Chair and the members of the committee, understand that even on the issues of peace and security, the role of South Africa in addressing global conflicts, continental conflicts, it is important for us not only to look at mediating those conflicts, but not able to harness or harvest the dividends of the peace process. If you have a peace process in Ethiopia, you have a peace process in DRC, you have a peace process in Sudan, what then is our economic gain as the country? Because our national interest also is based on building an ethical and a developmental state. And if we don't get that clear, Chair, it will be difficult for us to say we want to build a better Africa and a better world, but why are we not starting with building a better South Africa? And based on those issues that I said of an ethical and a capable state. And the ethical and capable state starts also at the three spheres of government, at the local government level, provincial government, and national government. That's how we can arrest that challenge. The issue that I wanted to link here of human security and our foreign policy towards what I call the 22nd multipolar world. It is important for us as a country to start to look at the question of human security as a threat also to our international stance as a country. How do we deal with the cross-border crime? How do we deal with the issues of exploitation of the natural resources of South Africa and of Africa? How do we deal with the people's movement and the goods as they move, as my colleague earlier raised the issue of the continental free trade? Those are the important issues, Chair, when we look at that. The issue of the epidemics and pandemics, they will also affect international engagements. We should look into them with a broader long term, not only to be caught up with what happened with COVID-19 in 2019 and 2020. That also affected our engagement. And I think, Chair, the other point that I wanted to raise also is to acknowledge our role now on peace and security, that it is important that as the committee, we need to be seized with different conflict zones that are happening. We are aware that when we want to talk about South Africa in Africa, we have a conflict in the DRC that is mediated in Qatar and in Washington. And at the same time, we will be assuming the chairpersonship of SADC in 2026. How is this committee going to prepare its public diplomacy efforts that we are now taking over the SADC, but what has been our role in the SADC since 1994? And we have struggled with the question of DRC. And that's where I feel that we need to emphasize on our role in the SADC region, both at the issue of peace and security level, the question of Eswatini, the question that we've been having in Zimbabwe, how do we deal with those challenges? And secondly, Chair, you look at the question of AU. When you look at the AU theme for this year, talking about access to justice and reparation. As a country, how do we address all those issues beyond the themes of the AU and our role in the Africa peer review mechanism? Because one of the challenges that I think we are not emphasizing is the issue of the peer reviewing of member states and where to assist, and the issue of trade. I think that's how, when one looks at our role at the continental level, we should strengthen our role. At the SADC level, Chair, and the committee, I will emphasize on the SADC National Committee that has to be set up. I will emphasize on the AU ECOSOC that has to be revived, and the committee must be privy to what is the role of the non-state actors at the AU level, if they are representing our national interest. It will same applies to the SADC National Committee. If we have the SADC National Committee by 2026, what then is the role of regional integration? What then is the role of dealing with the issue of people moving from one country to the other, seeking greener pasture, and at the same time, the issues of regulation? At the UN level, Chair, I think we have to emphasize also the power of our role that we have played at the UN Security Council as a non-permanent member. We need to look at our role that we have played in many peacekeeping missions of the UN and to say that, how do we review them? Are they really working for us if we have been involved in many peacekeeping missions? You look at the G20 chairpersonship chair, we are not going there as a solo country. We are going there also representing the AU, as AU is a member of the G20. So it is important that we look at all those roles that we are playing at an international level. How do they benefit the country? How do they benefit the SADC region and the African continent? In closing, Chair, I think one will want to assume that our role when one looks at the AU, at the SADC, at the international community, as my colleagues say, it is not all about how many meetings we have attended, how many reports we have even produced, how many tweets have we shared. I still feel that we need to go back to what I said in my introduction. How do you revive the Council of International Relations? How do you revive the ambassadors, former ambassadors and the high commissioners and the former presidents to be also what I will call the reservoir to the committee, the reservoir of knowledge to the chief diplomat, who's the president of the country, the #1 public servant, and also the second international public servant, who's the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. Those issues are very important, Chair, and that's where I will submit this afternoon. And the last part, Chair, I think the issue of our election observer mission in the continent and globally. Our International Relations Committee have to be involved in the SADC Parliamentary Forum when they do observer missions. They have to be involved in the AU observer missions, because that's part of also strengthening what we'll call the good governance, that also strengthening democracy in the African continent. And I think that will suffice, Chair, to say our strategic planning and our sessions must also include us having the visits by this committee, not only to the parliaments of the continent or to the AU, but also how do we make all these agendas of AU and the SADC practical to the ordinary people? How do we make international relations to become community relations? How do we make a foreign policy to become a domestic foreign policy to ordinary people? And I think it's a mammoth task for this committee, and how they use the power of the media, because I am a bit worried, Chair, that this committee cannot appear on media when there is a crisis. One will assume that you need to have what we'll call international relations update on our national media on most instances to say, how do we navigate this turbulence that we are seeing of the unipolar, and at the same time, we are talking of multipolar. Thank you, Chairperson.
Nadamantula, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are right. The South African Council on International Relations as a forum which was very strategic. We remember, honorable members, that council was established in 2015 by cabinet. So because we are sitting with the minister next week, Wednesday, I think it's one of the things from the outset that we need to get a feedback from. So we may need to write a letter now and say what's the issue on there. But I think we will speak to the speaker, Ndademantul, about Parliament establishing something similar, of a similar nature, from a perspective of oversight, which will be working with and through the portfolio committee. So you are right. And thank you very much for that. Members, we can engage now with the presentation. This is the last presentation of the day. Then we call it a day. We meet tomorrow. It's confirmed now. I'm sure you have seen the notice, members. What we decided last time. We are meeting the minister 9 o'clock Wednesday next week in Cape Town. Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the presenter for his presentation. It was really good, and I look forward to the further engagement around it. There was a couple of issues that was raised around redefining South Africa's national interest, around Ubuntu diplomacy. And I want to really second that, because we are the country of Ubuntu. We have the world's oldest First Nation people here, as well as African indigenous tribes. And yet our diplomacy and DIRCO's culture is not influenced by African indigenous knowledge systems or roots, and doesn't really speak to Ubuntu-based diplomacy. It's more focused on those of the elite. We need to shift our national interest from appeasing global capital, Mr. Chair, to leveraging land, mineral wealth, and marine resources like our oil and natural gas reserves of the coast of the Western Cape for the direct benefit of our citizens. We mustn't just benefit foreign multinationals or white monopoly capital, as I said before. And so when we come into the national interest, whose national interest are we talking about? Is the national interest of the existing political and colonial and apartheid beneficiaries, or is the national interest of the poor? If you look at what's happened in our country for the past 30 years, we are still stuck with refugee camps, townships, where people have been put in under apartheid, and we were never removed from those camps. And DIRCO is supposed to play a role in terms of that. And again, it speaks to the presenter speaking about things like restorative justice, reparations. We know we were ravaged by the British. We know we were ravaged by the Dutch. We know we were ravaged by apartheid. We need to make sure that there's reparations for those whose lands were stolen, for those whose minerals were stolen, for those who were objected to oppression. None of that has happened, Mr. Chair. And now we want to have international trade agreements between the people who oppressed us and foreign countries without our participation. We need to look and have an audit and an overhaul of DIRCO's policies to expose how they currently serve entrenched economic elites and global bad actors while failing to benefit the poor and dispossessed majority, Mr. Chair. We need to, and again, I'm going to speak to something that the presenter raised, and that is the fast tracking of Chapter 7 implementation. We need to demand measurable progress on Chapter 7 of the NDP, which deals with South Africa's position in the world. We need clear targets, very clear annual reporting and accountability mechanisms to ensure national interest drives policy. And that national interest must be informed by the transformation of our economy. It mustn't be but just be business as usual, Mr. Chair. We need to integrate foreign policy with domestic development. Every national agreement and international agreement must demonstrate tangible benefits for South Africans. It must be measured in jobs created, SME support, skills transfer, and beneficiation. We must also end this silo mentality. And again, this speaks to what the presenter spoke about, that there is international relations desks in each different department and in key ministries such as energy and minerals and tourism, agriculture, the oceans, defense. We need to make sure that they are working together. And right now they're working in silos, and it's actually working at cross purposes to what's in our national interest. So this has to be changed, Mr. Chair. And we need to ensure a unified pro-poor diplomacy across the government. We need to be harnessing South Africa's resources for people-centered development, Mr. Chair. We need to create a national resource sovereignty strategy and establish a state custodianship framework over land, minerals, and marine resources to negotiate from a position of strength globally. Right now, it's as if the government is only allowing private citizens who got the land and the mines and the farms illegally to possess the foreign affairs and the international relations and cooperation space, Mr. Chair. It's not benefiting the average South Africa. We have huge amounts of capital flight happening, and that's being allowed by our government. There's a huge amount of trade happening, but the trade is not happening with our people. It's happening with a small percentage of the people, the 7% that were beneficiaries of apartheid. So we need to first look at the exactly what it is that we want to achieve. We need to lead South Africa's implementation of Agenda 2063. I can't agree more with the speaker. We need to position ourselves as the drivers of African unity and industrialization and continental trade. We need to make sure that a Pan-African payment and settlement system is really working, and that there's measurable metrics that says, okay, we've achieved this now in terms of PEPs, we've achieved that in terms of PEPs. To reduce dollar dependency and other dependencies outside of Africa, we need to trade with each other, and the fact that we are not busy working and on the issues like PEPs, the payment and settlement system, that means that we are delaying our own rise, our own industrialization, Mr. Chair. If we look at we need to champion regional frameworks to ensure joint ownership and equitable sharing of transboundary mineral and water resources. Because right now, water is the next big frontier and big issue of resource sharing, and we need to look at how we actually do work with our neighbors in terms of water. And we need to really reassess all our multiracial commitments in terms of what is in the national interest. Because I think that there's two interests at play. It's the national interest, and then there's the global geopolitical interest of bad actors interfering in our business here in South Africa. And so we must align South Africa's global positioning with a multipolar world order, balancing BRICS Plus and AU and SADC priorities over just traditional Western alliances. There must be a balance, and we must do what's in our best interest, Mr. Chair. We must lead the global campaign for restitution and reparations, because we have the world's oldest First Nation people, as well as African Aboriginal tribes from all over Africa that are based here, and we are landless. We are the majority in it. We are landless. And right now, our international relations is not benefiting those who are landless, it's benefiting those who are landed. So we must demand colonial reparations and debt forgiveness from former colonizers based on the Cockneyal principle, compensating nations robbed of land, minerals, and labor, Mr. Chair. We must have ties South Africans' diplomacy to a global movement so that we can make sure that we confront corporate capture through tax justice. We must lead the AU and SADC to renegotiate predatory contracts and implement resource windfall taxes on global corporations profiting off African wealth. Mr. Chair, we are in a situation where our national interest is not put first. And when I say national interest, I'll say the national interest of the people, not the national interest of the elite, of the GNU, of the ANC strongholds and strongmen that have totally monopolized international relations, international trade, diplomacy. It's just a matter of a tick-box exercise where there's this summit, that summit, attendance, but no real metrics for change. And we're going to keep harping on this. We need jobs, we need skills, we need GDP growth. And this is the things that we are missing in the strategic planning. And I hope that this is not just going to be another talk shop, Mr. Chair. We need to make South Africa a bridge between ourselves and other nations, and we need to take the lead in Ubuntu, sir. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Douglas. Member Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Advocate Mantula for the presentation. Indeed, it's an eye-opener to have people of his caliber and of that of Dr. Mthembu coming here to us to give us presentation. Chair, I want to speak briefly, I think about 4 items that he mentioned in his presentation. One is that perhaps this committee needs to look at the fact that we must form part of the observer missions, whether it's the AU observer missions and the SADC observer missions when it comes to elections. Chair, we raise this because I can tell you for free, there's always issues in terms of elections. Here, either it's in SADC or in the continent itself. I'll give you an example, Chair. You know, former liberation movements in Africa, they're afraid of calling each other out when they are wrong. And that's why a lot of things get to be swept under the carpet. You will recall the elections of Zimbabwe, where there was after that there was a government of national unity, because Mugabe could not accept the democratic processes. He refused to step down. He forcefully stayed in office, and the voice of Africa was not the voice of South Africa and the rest of the continent. They never called him out and told him that no, you need to step down and accept the election results. Just 2024, Chair, in Mozambique, the elections of Mozambique. Immediately after the election, people were protesting, people were being killed on the streets of Mozambique. They were being injured, they were being jailed and beaten up. Yet, South Africa did send a delegation to Mozambique for the inauguration of the president of Mozambique. We are not quick as African parties or African leaders to call each other out when we are causing problems in our own countries. If you look, Chair, the South Africa's silence in the situation of Zimbabwe has resulted in South Africa receiving millions and millions of Zimbabweans coming to seek refuge here because they are running away from economic hardships back at home. But had South Africa stood up and called and be firm and called out the government of ZANU-PF and told them on their faces that 1, 2, 3 is wrong, you are collapsing your government, you are running your country to the ground, and as a result, your people are coming to us, we will not be here. We will not have this situation we're currently having in South Africa when it comes to our brothers and sisters of Zimbabwe descendants. So I think it's very important. It's something that we can ask our legal team, our parliamentary legal staff to check for us. How can we best try to squeeze ourselves in and form part of this AU observer mission and SADC observer missions and show, because many a times these observer missions, they are quick to declare that the elections were free and fair. Heban, just quick, you write a report, elections were free and fair, not looking at the facts that are presented, not calling out and not pointing out the irregularities that they've seen throughout the election process. So this is something that we must really look how best can we ensure we form part of it. And then I'm happy with the fact that Ambassador Tebuho led a delegation that engaged leaders in the Sahel countries, especially in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Now, you will remember, Chair, that in these 3 countries, we do not have ambassadors. Our embassies are led by charge d'affaires officers who are in those countries. So it's about time we really foster and rebuild our bilateral relations that we have with the Sahel region. And that goes to the entire Sahel region, not just the 3 countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. All the 11, 12 countries of Sahel region. Is about time we rebuild relations with them. Remember the focus earlier on, Mr. Monyela articulated that our focus as South Africa is the African continent, is to build public diplomas and economic diplomas here in the continent of Africa first and foremost before we go out there. So there's markets that we can leverage from these African states. There's markets that we can leverage in the Sahel region. There's spaces that we can play a big role in the Sahel region. If you look at Burkina Faso, they are turning that country into a construction site. We can play a big role there in the construction or reconstruction of their country and building infrastructure. If you look at countries like Mali, Niger, Malawi, different countries, Chair, and you compare them to the infrastructure of South Africa, we can play a big role. Our engineers, our architects, different companies, they can provide services in those countries so that we leverage on the bilateral relations we have. So I'm happy that we are looking at rebuilding bilateral relations with those countries in the Sahel region. And thirdly, is the ongoing conflicts here in the African continent. We need to find a permanent solution, long-lasting solution to the conflicts. Earlier on, I've highlighted that there's a crisis here at our doorstep, Cabo Delgado. If we're quiet in South Africa about the crisis of Cabo Delgado, thousands and thousands of families are being displaced. And as they are displaced, the nearest country they can find to or run to find shelter and comfort and food and medical attention, you name it, is South Africa. So it does not help if South Africa wants to be quiet on the crisis of Cabo Delgado, because we get impacted by it. Whether we are quiet or we are saying something, it has a direct impact on our own economy of South Africa. It has a direct impact on migration into South Africa. So we ought to say something. We can't keep quiet for long, like the way we have kept quiet about how ZANU-PF and the government of Zimbabwe operates. And we have kept quiet for this long. And what are the results? More than 5 million Zimbabwean nationals are in South Africa. And what are the results of keeping quiet about Cabo Delgado or at our doorstep? So we ought to say something, but all solutions must be African-led and African-based solutions. It cannot be that African leaders, whenever there's problems in Africa, whenever there's conflict or any challenges or disagreements, we go and seek solutions, whether it's from the West or from the East or from wherever. It cannot be. African problems, they require African solutions. We must sit together and speak and find long-lasting solutions. But also, AU must be in the forefront on leading peacekeeping missions here in Africa. We should not be only relying on the UN to foster peacekeeping mission, but also in terms of humanitarian assistance, it should be led by Africans. We can't at all times rely on international organizations that are coming from outside of Africa to be at the forefront in offering humanitarian relief aid to the countries of Africa. It must be that Africa consolidates itself. We ensure that we're contributing to funds for peacekeeping mission, but also we must have reserves of funds that we contribute, all of us as African states, that are going to assist one another in times of crisis, in times of humanitarian aid when it's needed. I remember at some point South Africa played a critical role in the early or late 90s when there was floods in Mozambique. That's what should happen. That's what South Africa should do now. Cabo Delgado, there's a crisis. Families are displaced. People are without food. They are without homes or any kind of shelter. Where are we as South Africa to play a leading role to find a long-lasting solution for the crisis of Cabo Delgado, to ensure that we don't get spillage of that crisis? Because sooner or later, there'll be spillage into South Africa, because they are at our doorstep. They are our immediate neighbors, Chair. And the fact that South Africa is chairing the high-level African Union high-level ad hoc committee on the crisis of or conflict of Sudan, perhaps, Chair, we must be able to get a report from DERCO to brief us how far are they with that high-level ad hoc committee, but also what are the practical roles that we have played, how far are we, what support do they need in order to find long-lasting solutions. But also we understand the withdrawal of Summit DRC peacekeeping mission. But we can't leave the issue of DRC, leave it, withdraw our troops and then withdraw the mission. Then what? Leave the space to only be occupied by UN troops. There must be a solution. We must regroup and come back as African countries, as SADC region. Regroup and come back. How do we find long-lasting solution for the crisis of DRC? It must be resolved, and it must be resolved in our lifetime. It can't perpetuate and go over for decades and decades, because the effect that it will leave, the negative effect that it will leave for our people in DRC, it will be felt for generations and decades to come. So it must be resolved, Chair, in our lifetime, the crisis of DRC, and it is us who must find a long-lasting solution in consultation with DRC, in consultation with Rwanda. It cannot be that in Africa we allow people like Paul Kagame, who can just come here and speak anyhow, even challenge us as South Africa. NgesiZulu che but ungayijahi impi. uHakame uyayithanda impi. He likes war. It looks like it agitates him, it makes him happy. So we must find a way of ensuring that we don't have people like Paul Kagame, who at any time can just call us and say, South Africa, we can take you on. He can take us on with what? In terms of what exactly? In terms of our military, in terms of what? It can't be that we just let it slide. We keep quiet, we don't engage him and tell him that you are a problem here in Africa and we don't want problems. Lastly, Chair, the issue of African presidents, as soon as they're elected, they run to the US to be paraded like toys. I know it was Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, and Mauritania, and there were 5 presidents who went to the Oval House to be humiliated by Donald Trump. Funny, to show them that they were being ridiculous. Trump even says to them, hey, where did you learn to even speak English? In his mind, he thinks in Africa, we don't know how to speak English, the language of our colonizers. How can you not know the language of the people who colonize us? Because they colonize Africa, it becomes an automatic thing that we will know English because we had to communicate with our colonizers. The colonizers were refusing to speak our language. They couldn't learn our language. They wanted all of us to learn their language. So we must call each other as African leaders that 1, 2 is wrong, and we must not shy away of breaking long-lasting relations that we enjoyed. You will know we enjoyed beautiful South Africa during the times of apartheid. We were supported by Frelimo in Mozambique, but it does not mean that when Frelimo is committing is violating human rights in Mozambique, then we keep quiet because they supported us during apartheid and we're afraid of calling out Frelimo. It doesn't mean that we're supported by ZANU-PF during apartheid, then we are afraid of calling out ZANU-PF leaders because they support. We must always, friendship must not be based on sugarcoating and it must be based on lie. It must be based on mutual respect and the fact that we are able to be honest and honestly engage one another and call each other out when we are being wrong. That's what respect is about, mutual respect or relations between 2 organizations or between 2 nations. So we really need to sort ourselves out as Africa and be a united bloc, a united front, and develop a Central African Bank that will look into funding African states in order to ensure and safeguard our sovereignty so that we don't open ourselves to opportunistic countries like France that can go to East Africa and run East Africa as it is a satellite state of France, so that we don't open ourselves to IMF and World Bank to impose their own terms and conditions on how we use their loans. It is very important that we establish our own African bank that will assist all of us as Africans. I thank you, Chair. I'm done, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Thank you very, very, very much for your input. Do we have any other speaker? We don't seem to have. Ndate Mantula, I'm giving over to you to do a wrap up, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and for the comments coming from the honorable members. Chair, I think before I respond, I wanted to give 2 important historical moments that we need to observe also as the committee. The UN at 80, the United Nations at 80, we know that it's UNGA period now in September. I think we need to emphasize our role, recall those moments of our former president, the late Nelson Mandela, all presidents that have been to the UN, to emphasize our foreign policy. I think it's very important to still take these moments of the UN and the AU South Africa relation. The SADC at 45, Chair, I've emphasized on SADC. I think it is important for us to ground on our role on regional integration and also find a space in the SADC. How do we bring this issue of the tribunal, the Human Rights Forum in SADC, I think that's one of the elements that we still need to push if we want to emphasize on our foreign policy. I think members, the issues that they raised, one agrees with them. The one of election observer missions, Chair, I think we have played a role on the African Charter on Elections Democracy. South Africa played a role in the drafting and the operationalization of that charter. So it is important that we have to indeed observe all those elections that are of national interest to the country or are of a regional interest, because whenever you have elections, you always have a question of regional security. So those are the issues that are very key. I think the issue of Sudan and the DRC, Chair, just to remind the honorable members, we have your non-state actor platform that the former President Thabo Mbeki, he's calling it from today until Saturday, where you will also understand that some of the MPs, some of the former ambassadors also attend those sessions when we look at where are the tracks of peace and security in Africa, and particularly on the Great Lakes, the DRC question, where are we finding ourselves, and the role that South Africa has played since 1996. One will have to recall that we didn't start in the DRC just yesterday. It has been a long struggle. The question around, Chair, which I think the first speaker raised on looking at the question around our national interest. I will assume in the future, Chair, you will invite the current advisor to the minister and Prof. Leslie, as they have touched on this question, which national interest, when they were asking about South Africa's national interest, they have penned a good article actually where they are trying to pen out, as we are looking at the framework of our national interest. It's a fairly new document of 2022 that was revived because the issue of national interest also look at your national priorities, also looks at your issue of national security, which I've emphasized earlier on human security. I think those are the important elements, Chair, that we can look into. I'll be pleased, Chair, if you can be able to revive the Council of International Relations so that we are able to get a clearer and a robust input from the non-state actors on how do we conduct our foreign policy, considering what we have just seen with this rise of nationalism, with this rise of unipolarism. And that's where you need that platform of the Council of International Relations and the councils that I've said earlier on my intro. Still, reiterating, Chair, your SADC National Committee will actually deal with your challenges of poverty. Your SADC National Committee will also deal with the popularization of August 17. Why are we not observing August 17 in this country? And we just observe Africa Day. Very important when you look at our influence in the SADC region. And I think finally, like I said, on the AU, on our SADC chairpersonship next year, we need to also consolidate what then is our role in the SADC on the themes that SADC have been emphasizing, industrialization being one of them. And I think Prof. Leslie emphasized on the fourth industrial revolution. And I think we have to be very sensitive, Chair, on the use of the artificial intelligence. That it's high time we look at African intelligence. We look at what others we are calling ancestral intelligence now, Chair, to say, how do we look at our grandfathers and mothers in the African continent who have been looking at these current challenges? And finally, Chair, like I've said, it is the UN month. It is our heritage month. I'll always say that our foreign policy and our strategy cannot run away from cultural diplomacy. Let's not put it under tourism and branding. Let us be very clear that if you have political and economic issues, relations, put cultural relations as a creative economy and as a soft power that we need to emphasize, Chair, that we are able to brand and we are able to defend South Africa's national pride and South Africa's national interest without any doubt. So I insist, Chair, I've looked at the performance plan, I've looked at strategies of DIRCO. I always feel that they are undermining cultural diplomacy. And I've said it many times, Miriam Makeba was our cultural diplomat who appeared before the UN twice. She appeared at the AU in 1963. She was instrumental in the SADC. So it is important that we ground our cultural diplomacy in our foreign policy. Asante sana Che, ra leboha siyabonga. Enkosi.
Asante sana, Ntate Mantula. Thank you very much. And as always, we are grateful that you continue to be part of the processes of the portfolio committee. And thanks for depositing some of the issues. I think from our perspective, these two issues, we will look at them critically. The possible establishment of Parliamentary Oversight Council on international relations. Linked to that, as soon as next week, Wednesday, we will raise with the minister when we meet next week about the Council on International Relations, which was established by Cabinet, as I said, in 2015. We will also next week, thank you very much for depositing the matter, the cultural diplomacy as a soft power mechanism, because we are meeting the minister next week. We will raise that particular matter. But I also think that the cultural activists must not wait for government to make a pronouncement on what role and when and how they must play. I think they themselves on their own, and I think we'll find a way of talking to them. They themselves on their own must make sure that they occupy their space on their own. And after occupying that space, they will then be recognized by imposing themselves in the broader environment of international relations domestically here and globally. Thank you very much, Ntate Mantula. As you know, this is the beginning of the year in the African Tswana calendar. Ke kgwedi ya rona ya dikgakologo. Re bitsa dikgakologo in Setswana. So I know you know those things very, very well. Re lebogile thata o tsamaye sentle. Honorable members, this is how we come to the end of today. Lobabalo, before we close, is there announcements? Ausdino, do we have announcements?
Chairperson, tomorrow we continue with the strategic plan session. We are going to have one more expert who couldn't make it today, Dr. Vasu. And then from there, it will be an in-house sort of session where members are going to look into the different programs of the department and make recommendations in terms of short-term priorities, which are for the annual performance plan, which is left with 4 months, and then the long-term priorities for the 4 years that are left with the 7th Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ausdino. Honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the active, vibrant participation today in our retreat. We will have the last session tomorrow. I'm happy, Ausdino, that it became 2 days instead of 3 days. I'm sure you guys can now see why it had to become 3 days. So tomorrow afternoon, just before we close, we will come up with a way forward arising from these interactions. Thank you very much, Hambane Kahle. This is how we come to the end of the meeting today. Ralebo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.